Shalom, 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 mashpacha, shalom, yes, at Allah. Slide. Yabrak, come y'all, Bashem Mashak Shai. All praise y'all, Bashem Mashak Shai. I pray everybody's out there protecting themselves from this heat. If there's a way to do that, you know, I mean, I got all kind of biblical stuff in mind I'm thinking about right now. Like, yeah, how do you protect yourself from the sun? I mean, I know you got cooling and being cool and all that stuff, and definitely staying hydrated. You know, that's a real thing. But there's also that separate thought that last I checked, world records were over 1,000 in Europe alone on deaths from the sun. From the sun. Over 1,000. Now, from what I've seen, the majority of those deaths were in Europe. You have the Paris area. And, you know, I don't want to be like, hey, you know, the sun is killing white people, but that's you know, I didn't look at the statistics to see how many of those deaths are, you know, nationality related, you know, melanated related. I didn't look to see that just yet, but I think I will. Put a 7 in the room if you can hear me okay. If the music is too loud, put a 3 in the room. You can turn it down some. We're listening to Bayman Brothers. This is my study music. This is my sleep music, my study music, my put my babies to sleep music. This is my, you know what I'm saying, I need to zone out. It's my martial arts music. This is my, you know, just mantra music. You know what I'm saying? If anybody is not offended by me using that phrase, it's my mantra music. So the word mantra, I already know, fam. I'm just saying it to be relatable. All right, so Shalom, Baba Kwartual, if you don't mind, share out Baba Kushah. Tuwala for letting me know that it's a 3 in here. I mean, excuse me, that's a 7 in here. Shalom to the Benafian, shalom to the babies, Yahweh Shemalakah, shalom, 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 on your coming. All right, appreciate that. So, before we get into the Torah portion, I appreciate that because I'm gonna keep Baby Brothers going for us. I remember a wise woman once said to me, she was like, "Put you on some Bayman Brothers." He said, "Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that." All right. So anyway, but just looking at it real quick, let me start a screen share. Let me start a screen share so you all can see what I'm seeing because I'm actually clicking around. All right. So let me share the audio. Make sure the audio shares. All right. So you all should be able to see and hear what I see in here. So again, I don't like taking props for other people's work. You know what I'm saying? This is Bayman Brothers. This is why I've been listening for a very long time. Beautiful, beautiful Nagayana. For me, very beautiful music. All right, but there's something else that I want to share. And I've been listening to this for, you know, probably, I don't know, for a second now. I'm going to say for a second now. But Flag Boy Giz, if you get a chance, go to YouTube, Facebook, whatever. Check out this. I got Indian in my family. It's ridiculous that Negroes wouldn't be pumping, playing, supporting. This is fire. You got the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Reuben, tribe of Judah doing music together in the Yasharalium community, but from a different perspective. All right. Now we know that you know, Raul Bond, you know, will be known for his, you know, his royalty. All right. So you have these Florida natives, these Louisiana natives, you know, you know, they're coming together and, you know, representing Yashar in a much bigger way, man. Call me Yashar, man. It's beautiful. Check out Flag Boy Giz. Flag Boy Giz, like his music, you know, he got a couple of little choice words in there. And you might not like how his beats and songs start because he's really keeping it like very cultural based, you know what I'm saying? And they're holding on to the Louisiana, you know, tradition. And, you know, when most people think about Louisiana, they might think about Lil Wayne or something like that, but that's not, you know, that's not it, you know what I'm saying? But Flag Boy Giz, he says his line, he says, you know, I'm not the first Indian rapper, I'm just one of the first ones that rap good. And I'm feeling that. You know, I'm feeling that. I don't think that was offensive at all for him to say. But there are some good ones. But anyway, let's get to this real quick. I'm switching around screens a lot. I'm gonna turn that down just a little bit more. And I want to show you all what I look at, what I research, what I study. You know what I'm saying? Just open screen. This is this is one. Man, I'm looking at femicide. For those you don't know, femicide. Look up the word. We have children watching today, so look up femicide. You know, if you choose to. There are a lot of things that's happening in this world. The temperature turning up. You know, not just the heat, but you know, people's behaviors. You know, and the scripture says that in the last days, because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. The love of many shall wax cold, and that's what we're seeing. Whether it's children, marriages, friendships, communities, governmentally, we're seeing the love of many wax cold. This woman spit in a pizza man's face in Cleveland. All right, and when she spat in his face, here's the footage right here. When she spat in his face, here's the Pizza Hut. If you can see right here, here's Pizza Hut. And this is in one of the Cleveland area, Euclid. Let's see over Euclid. So this is her car. She's trying to get up out of there because now I've followed this story. And what happens is she sees that her actions are now about to cause her consequences. But unfortunately, she's not able to get away from those consequences. This woman is disconnected from Yahweh's Wi-Fi on this day. And that's a very sad thing here. Where it's circled red right here, that's because there's a Hebrew that's coming out of this Pizza Hut, that this car that has 3 people in it. The driver, which is a nail tech salon owner, she's a beautician. She has her 9-year-old daughter in the back seat and her best friend in the passenger seat. So there's 3 people in this car. You already know what's about to happen. One of those 3 people are about to get unalived. All right. And the person that's about to get unalived is the nail tech that spat in the Hebrew man's face. People are so belligerent. I am a fighter to the core, and it burns me up that I can't fight. I'm not supposed to. I'm not supposed to say certain things. I'm just supposed to be still as Yahweh, not man, but as Yahweh. Only Yahweh could put me in the belly of a whale. Only Yahweh could keep me from fighting the police. Only Yahweh could keep me from saying, only the Most High. Even the prophet Balaam in the weeks past, I was about weeks before, and I was going to say weeks past, but I think I did. In the weeks past, even the prophet Balaam, which was a prophet, all right, there's so many unlearned Israelites that are right now in eldership, officership, leadership, and it has to be the word of God. While Jonah was in the whale, things were still going on. While Lazarus was in the grave, things were still going on. While the children of Israel were in the wilderness, things were still going on. Just read chronology of by Isidore. And the part that burns me up, that saddens me, that vexes me, is that the platform of counselors and teachers are maybe knowledgeable of these parts, but don't speak these things into the ears of the people so they can hear, learn, and understand. Off of that, what we see is that not only, and I'm going to do a quick video on the climate, the temperature, what's going on, because we are going through climate change. Global warming is real. People don't talk about it. We got all these little small things that are right here. We got all these little details, right? So we got all these little small things that are right here. And one of the things that we have to recognize is that what happens in the celestial affects the earth. All right. Humoruses, the way the earth behaves by how it's affected by the heavens, as above, so below, right? So as things happen above, it affects us down here, which affects our humoruses. We can find that in we can find that on chapter 6 on luminaries, Orthodox faith, on the luminaries, how the heat, the weather, all those things do affect how we feel on the inside, but they don't change our internal man, such as they teach the zodiac does in some off religions. So with it being heat, we are in right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not saying that this happened because of this. I'm saying that because the love of many waxing cold, because of what's going on in the celestial, because we're looking at the end of days, things are turning up. It's gonna get worse. So be careful how you respond, how you react. I'm talking to me. I'm looking at the camera, but I'm talking to me. Maybe my children see this. Maybe one day I'll go back and see some of my old videos. But I'm talking to me. So be careful how you react, because you can die in a heartbeat, in a second, less heartbeat. Christ said, "It is not yet my time, but your time is always." And I think about that as much as I'm separated from friends, family, people, community. I think about any minute we could die. I think about that all the time. We don't get the chance. The fallacy of love on how people behave, the reality of love, but the fallacy of how people behave with love is based more off of songs, emotion, memory, more than it is off actual love. And I was about to say, one thing, but so this man is not going home. He didn't finish his Pizza Hut shift. He went to prison on his Pizza Hut shift. This woman did not get to eat her order. Her friend in the car seat and her child just lost a family member. I'm gonna play this real quick.
Kayshawn Kellum outside of the pizza.
Now, what you just seen was the muzzle flash. You just seen him drop his arms, which in my indication says he knows he hit something. So by the reports that say, from 5 to 12 shots, I haven't seen or heard the 12 shots, but I did watch this. I went over this a couple times, a couple different videos, because I don't like to stay in the same place. So a couple different videos and showing what I mean to stay in the same places. When I research and study, I like to look at what I'm looking at. So
police.
Let's look at this real quick. All right, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna mute that. No, so here go the brew right here. You see a shadow walking through the trees. This is the area that you focused on. She trying to skirt up out of there. All right. She trying, I'm gonna back up and I'm gonna drive past you. Nope. Back up right there. Matter of fact, go forward. You see somebody with a firearm, they not playing with you. Everybody get down. You better drive with one eyeball over the steering wheel and put your and look between your hands or something. Get down. Unfortunately, this woman had a reputation of talking crap to people. Unfortunately, this woman had a reputation of being the boss. And she was known for her, social media and all the stuff, beloved mother, devoted, all of those things are there, you know what I'm saying? But these women don't realize men aren't playing. Men don't realize women aren't playing. It's not just us, it's the spirits that's, that we're battling with. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spirits and principalities in high places, right? So what we see is that, this boss mentality that women are having, not realizing that the Most High, it's like getting away with something every day continually gives you the false sense that you're going to get away with it every time. And this is one of those sad situations, man. Let me play this real quick. All right, there's one scene, 2, 3. All right, he's still. All right, my bad. I zoomed out. He's still, I would say perched. Say still perched, which means still, in fire, still perched. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then he drops it and backs up, and then he turns around and goes in. They're not going. He's not going home. She's gone. The girl don't have her mother. They showed. I've seen the videos where they showed all the TikToks and the Instagrams and all the other stuff. And there's always two sides to every story, right? As we hear, there's always two sides to every story. Now that's what that looks like. But here's what happened inside confrontation. All right, here's the confrontation. Part of the confrontation, which I can't play in here in all of it because copyright. I don't want Facebook or YouTube to be hating me or something. I got like 7 faithful, 5, 4, 3. I don't want to. Point is, we don't want this to get flagged for negative reasons. But as I seen, I'm encouraging y'all to go and look at it. The information's up here. She didn't make 30. She the boss 30, had things planned, birthday. Nope. This man was not playing. Why did this happen? Two sides to every story. 1, they say it was the way she spoke to her. 2, it was because she was overcharged. 3, it was because her order was wrong. Some of these determining factors are in there, but one of those major determining factors is because the way she spoke to him. All right. So I'm going to play just a little bit of this. And, there's a major thing that she did that we also see in the Bible. We see in our culture in Hebrew, you don't do. And then you don't do to a man. This man was crash out like she was crash out. She thought he was a Pizza Hut employee, and she's a boss. She owns her own business. She worked hard. She got her stuff. She, looked maybe good to some people, not to me. I got a whole culture thing where I like women covered up and stuff. So when I see them automatically, I just think shameless dog. I think Koba Ra'a Koba Anya Marawai. Marawai Anya Ra'a Koba. I don't know. It's no knowing. I don't know why. What Moses causes this is adultery. Women don't realize when they wear leggings out and then this can be seen, that's grounds for their husband divorcing you. I like studying. I was talking to one of my sisters the other day, and she was talking about, domestic violence. Like, yep, Ignatius writes about domestic violence. Moses says, if this part, the arwah, is seen, these women don't even care about covering up under their knees. Can you imagine if her garment just came down under her knees? Nakedness, shameless, it's hot, all that stuff. They only do it when they're around certain people. Whatever. Point of saying such as to say she did something that she wasn't supposed to do, and it cost her her life. Let's see.
A bar on St. Clair Avenue. Paramedics.
That's her daughter standing there with her eyes closed on top of the chair. I've experienced this. I've experienced this in the Israelite community. In the truth, I didn't. I mean, excuse me, in the world, I didn't. I didn't experience that in the world. It would have been cold clock, we done. Where your brother at? All right, what's up? Whole different world. Like as my friend said, my family member, as they said, my sister, she said, we thought different back in the day. You're right about that. I never experienced this in the world. It would have been you thrown off the house, thrown out the house, thrown off the porch, you would have felt that, hey, stop playing with me. This man is not in the truth. This woman is not in the truth. I've experienced women in the truth doing this in front of their children. No discretion. This is the last day. She's the last day she's gonna see her mother. That's terrible. But let's go on.
Tried to save Wilson, but she later died. Police say there was an argument. You're seeing it right here between the two inside the store.
So I know you all maybe first time seeing it, you didn't get the full grasp of it. All right, so let me mute him down. So what happens is she's behind the counter, right? So they already had the confrontation is already happening. Like something's going down, and you kind of grab your camera too late or something like that. You're like, we're in the middle of it, right? So the scuffle confrontation is already going down. This is only a part of, there's actually another part before it. She's trying to keep him off. She's grabbing her phone because her phone's off the countertop. She's talking crap while she's walking off. He's trying to keep her from going behind the countertop. Now, this is her leaving. This is murder, what the man did, because he shot her after she was leaving. Her back is turned. She's gone. She's leaving. It's murder. So he's not going home. What she did was wrong. It ain't like she did unthinkable, but she could have tried to violate him and a whole bunch of things are unthinkable. She's making it out this door, gets in the car, he gets in his bag, right? And what we see follow next is even more worse. You know what I'm saying? Poof, there it is. She spit in his face. She pushed the man back and spit in his face. Pushed him out the way, grabbed her phone, talked crap, switched out. And what followed next was the man responding in the way that at the time he felt justified. Now I'm gonna say this. When you spit in somebody's face, you do give them, look, fellow crash outs. Now, not in the truth. I'm just gonna say, presumably, I don't know. 24, 29. She played with a YN that wasn't playing back. He was maybe trying to get his shift up to take care of what he was taking care of so he can get to the next level of life and curses. And she was on her way to being whatever. Nah, none of that. They gave this man $1 million bond working at Pizza Hut. Finished, son. All right. So, as above, so below. The tragic end to this is, already been explained. It can't. Things can escalate from 0 to 1,000 in a heartbeat. All right. As a brother that's been to prison, I've been to several prisons. I've been arrested in other countries. I'll say in another country. I've been arrested in another country. The most I gave favor for us to be able to deliver us out of that situation. The most I blessed the memories upon Nick and Yalla, hallelujah. As a person that has been in those experiences, and some of you, may have too, some of you men, some of you women, y'all got to be careful, man. There are women out here that are murderers. They are setup artist women that will have men murdered by mouth. I don't mean just by reputation. I mean that will physically have had men murdered. I personally know some. There are women, there are men that are out here. We all know the Julio Fulio situation, should know of it, you know what I'm saying? And these things are a part of the curses. I watch things like this from the streets to things from the celestials, which we're going to go to a celestial video next so I can show you all what's going on in the celestials and help to kind of be like, bring all this together. Now, here's the video. Boom, she's hit. Her homegirl takes the steering wheel. She top. She's hit. She's hit. She's lost control. Baby girl in the back seat, friend in the front seat. He walks in. Here's the friend. She's trying to drive the car. She's on the passenger seat, trying to drive the car away. It ain't happening. So this is a beautiful page, website. It's called American Crime. And then here's the main word, femicide. The word femicide caught my attention. Femi. Okay, and it's such words like homicide. Yeah, that's one. You got femicide. You have infanticide, right? Now, what is infanticide? Infanticide is the murder of Yaladia. All right, people who murder their Yaladia are guilty of infanticide. All right, so you don't want to, be a part of that, participate in that. These things are happening with the temperature as above, so below, up, down. I want to introduce you all to geophysicist Stefan Burns. I don't like taking credit for nobody's stuff. Most High gives me my own things, gives me my own inspiration, my own ideas, and I really enjoy what he does for me. It's really cool. So I also like to, saying, I'm like, hey, yeah, these people, they props, man. Salute. So Stefan Burns is a geophysicist, and what he does is he studies the celestial constellations, studies the, geology, what's going on in the earth. All right, so here's the link for his page. All right, here's the link for his page. All right, so if you want to go back and check on that. All right, so we're gonna check this out real quick. This will help give some understanding. And here's an update. This is where we currently are. Power grid failures sweep across. Look at this. Power grid failures. Who's talking about this? Power grid failures sweep across eastern U.S. as solar activity spikes. Now, that's a great title, but that's actually what's happening.
These are from some suns.
Here. I want to show this one, but I actually want to show you something else first. And then I'm not going to show you that. That's just for info and to let you know what's going on. Here goes Stefan Burns page. All right, now save the clickbait, click art, whatever. These are actually one of the reasons I like his pages is because he actually shows you when people use click art, clickbait, things like it should be to show you information, not just to gather your attention or just be like, with the silly face and everybody's looking up and all that stuff. But the images, the art should actually show you what's going on. And that's why I like this. That's why I like this page. All right, one of the is because, a part of this information to show you is also to, be like, this is where this is happening at, this is what this looks like. Because people don't understand, celestial weather. I'm still learning, All right, so we're going to scroll down to 6 days ago. Plasma storm is racing towards Earth. All right, this can trigger earthquake, chain reaction, continue, etc. Guess what happened? The plasma storm that was headed towards Earth actually did trigger a earthquake chain reaction. Super stupid big earthquake, and we have volcanoes going on. So if you look at this bottom corner of the screen right here, all right, this is called a solar mass ejection. So what we're looking at is this circular dot, this black dot is the sun. Now you can't see it because it's taken by a photograph satellite. There's a satellite that's in space. All right, now I can show you these satellites because I got the website links. I got the apps. I have them on my phone. My phone's been asleep ever since I woke up. So my phone's been asleep. So this is a huge satellite that's in space, and the satellite has a lens on the front of it. Like you have a camera, and your camera has a lens. Well, this lens is extended very far out, and it has a huge disc on the end of it, and that disc drops right down in front of the actual camera. And so what you're looking at is the blinding disc that keeps us from actually seeing the sun, because you can't see the sun from certain, spectrographs because it's too bright, it's too blinding. So you have to look at it through different lenses. Well, what this disc does is it blocks out the sun, and this pole is a shadow of a pole that extends out and then comes down, right? So you get what you see what we're saying. So this is the sun. Now, this huge blast is a solar mass ejection. You see different channels of it. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 channels of one huge blast that came out of the sun. This is why it's so hot. This is why it's so hot. Now, these are different directions that are out in space. So these different blasts or solar mass ejections are affecting the Earth. They're affecting the heat. And for years, you know, not only has this been proceeding, but it's turning up, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to spend too much time on that, you know, because I could really get into that and just keep going. And, you know, but Stefan Burns is a really good, teacher that I've seen as far as in his field. I haven't, I've never met the man personally, but, I've told him on his page, like, hey, look, I'm using this stuff to teach the Israelite community, to teach the world. These are parts of prophecies that we see going on. What's happening with the sun, what's happening with, these earthquakes, all of these things are directly right in front of us to show us what the Father is sincere about his curses. He's sincere about what he said will happen in these last days. Now, I know we're going into the 5th of July, right? We're going into the 4th, the 4th of July, right? The 4th of July, going into the 5th so far, right? So we're going into the 4th of July. So this is a speech by Frederick Douglass, which I really would. This got promoted out a lot because the animation on it is crazy. Now, first of all, to know the details, Frederick Douglass, when he did this speech, stood in front of about 200 people. He stood in front of about 200 Edomite people. And his objective was to be able to tell the truth, but he was hired. He was paid. Now, Cole Parr he's a freed slave. He's a runaway slave. So he's standing in front of all of these literal slave owners, white Americans, this season. Why are Mexicans popping firecrackers on the 4th of July? I'm outside seeing so-called Northern Kingdom. They got, I'm like, y'all know, y'all just sending up signs for ICE to come and get you, right? That's what you're doing. You're participating. Okay, you want to do that? All right. Happy to you. This documentary is beautiful. It's only 1 minute and 52 seconds. I'm going to play this and then we'll speak about it. Then we'll go on to the talk.
What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham, your boasted liberty an unholy license, your national greatness swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless. Your denunciation of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence, your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings with all your religious parade and solemnity are to him mere bombast.
I want y'all look up that word bombast. Bombast is the same word for it. It goes into the same vein of bah humbug, which also goes into the same vein of cow dung, right? So imagine being Frederick Douglass saying this from all these heathens. So heathen, strangers, Gentiles. So which were diametrically opposed to him. Some were, some weren't. Now, another thing that's about this imagery, this art, is it's not just the pictures, it's not just the animation, it's how the artists actually use historical events. They actually use historical events in the animation. So when children see these pictures today, this cartoon today, we as adults will be able to go back and say, this happened in Guantanamo Bay. This happened when they hung us in 1776 and they was taking pictures and pointing at the trees. These are actually photos. These are animated images of actually historical photos that's happened to us.
Deception, impiety, and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of the United States at this very hour. Go where you may. Search where you will. Roam through all the monarchies and despotisms of the old world. Travel through South America.
Let me stop right here. So this is a picture, this is a cartoon of an actual rendition I believe it was Guantanamo Bay where they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men. All right. Now, I don't know if you all know what's happening, but these men that are piled up are being molested. All right. So this is all proof. These are images and pictures of animation. Why are they turned backwards? Why is he bent over? Why does he have his thumb up? Why is he leaning to the side? Because the reports came out that that's what they were doing to these men. Happy 4th of July.
Search out every abuse, and when you have found the last, lay.
And I really like that. So it starts off with, it looked like, hey, she's just throwing up peace sign. Happy 4th of July. We're celebrating our independence. The hypocrisy of it when America was claimed to be liberated and given freedom from, was it England? And then after that, enslaved God's chosen people. So which are the African Americans, which are the so-called Hispanics, the Latinos, those that are descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel. I don't talk about Spaniard blood because I got a whole different thought about them now. That Spaniard blood is a whole different thing. All right. So, but this animation, how it's pictured is, the woman standing looks all cool and peaceful, but what it really is,
by the side.
It really is an image of what America has done to people and sent and given us images of. These are actual military officers. But what the artist did was put this man in a bikini and put this woman, I think she did maybe have her pants on, but to know that we can take this back and say, here's actually what America does. Not did, but what America does. In front of the scene, behind the scene, in the foreground, in the back, wherever. Side ground, all around. These are the images of what America actually does, of the everyday practices of this nation.
And you will say with me, for revolting barbarity and shameless hypocrisy, America reigns without rival.
All right, so happy 4th of July. I can encourage everybody to at least listen to that speech. Turn off everything. Play the speech so you yourself can hear. You think you know everything. We think we know everything. We think we know just enough. This man, just like Moses, stood up. This man, just like Philo, stood up in front of Moses, stood up in front of Pharaoh. Philo stood up in front of Caligula. Frederick Douglass stood up in front of, to this day. And Negroes won't take the time to listen and read. Happy 4th of July. The hypocrisy, man, is ridiculous, man. The lack of self-caring of edification for others to be able to hear or care is even worse. Full-length Frederick Douglass speech. Full-length Frederick Douglass 4th of July speech. I just said that verb. Yeah, what was that? Edward James almost? Yeah, Earl James. Edward James almost. James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader. This one is 5 minutes and 44 seconds. But somebody might say, well, I don't have the attention span. I don't know what to say to you. You know what I'm saying? I don't have that attention span when it comes to listening to numbers over and over. So I see what you're saying. So, anywho, 1852 speech. What is the slave what to the slave is the 4th of July, right? So it looks like, yeah, okay, boom, look at this. I think this probably would be one of the best. Nah, I don't know. Because then it's always some old professional white man reading it too. You know what I'm saying? So there we go. All right. Yes, I'm being a nationalist on this. I want to hear from my people's voice. Facts. So I like how it's broken down. It looks like there's beginning of it, timestamps is what I'm going to say. I'm going to copy this one for myself because I've seen some information now. I want to sift out of it. All right, but an hour, boom, an hour and 40. Yes, I'm looking for a long time frame. I think this is the one I was listening to. This is the one I was listening to. So an hour and 26 minutes. All right, so for over 45 minutes, you got some narration up in there, But for over 45 minutes, this elder stood up there and cut them to the core on their wickedness. Let me go ahead and share this in here just in case anybody else would like to peep it. All right. Paste. Boom. All right. I like people to have their credit. So if you get a chance, please check that out. All right. Here's the femicide channel. I think I shared that already. If you get a chance, please make sure you check that out. Beautiful page. All right. I like it very much. All right, numbers. Let's get to this week's Torah portion. All right. So record heat, all of that stuff is happening. As above, so below. People's personalities, attitudes are being affected, and happy 4th of July. Phineas, this week's Torah portion, we're looking at the website First Fruits of Zion. Phineas. All right. The humorous irony in that is just ridiculous. The Most High got jokes. All right. So, if you can, all right, for our brothers, if you are teaching or if you are studying the Torah portion, I like to suggest that you uncover your head. It's kind of a principle thing, you know. But if you choose not to, that's on you, you know. We're going to look at this week's Torah portion, Numbers chapter 20 through 25 through chapter 30. All right. Numbers chapter 25, we're going to start there. So, for those who can read and see, I want you to be able to see from my screen. All right. If you can't, then you'll be able to listen. All right. So we'll start this screen share like this. Boom, and with the screen share. Let's switch to the book of Numbers. All right. Include audio, and I just want to make sure you all see the screen. And we're going to read this week's Torah portion. Water to everybody that's not only been supportive, but will be supportive in the future. All right. Let's get this over here so we get full screen. All right, and let's get it. The water of Anawi, how Shama Masha, how Shah, Abu Babakusha, Balawafa, now, Salafa, now, Wa Izar, Yalak Makah, please bless us, heal us, and help your children. Babakusha, Matanda, now, please give to us your instructions by Rahman in our hearts, minds, spirit. Babakusha, Yahweh, the understanding that you have for those who seek it, who want to hear it, who are still learning. Please continue your mighty work that you've been doing before we were born, and help each one of us to go and receive the good word that you have for us today. The water for protecting the audience, please use this day to break off any bad habits that your children may have. Bad habits for children, bad habits for adults. Any bad speaking words, children not being obedient to their parents, parents not being obedient to you. Yahweh, please help us be mindful of not only the times, but the temperature and attitudes of what we're having to face with. Thank you for those gentle, meek, quiet spirit people that you put before us. And I ask that you give them more shalom. Water Abba. Numbers chapter 25. Sin of Peor is the title of the beginning of the chapter. So reading down, what we've seen was, if you studied last week's Torah portion, if you didn't, we'll give you a brief run over. All right. So unfortunately, what happened was the children of Israel, we began to commit order. And Masha, him being the righteous, just man that he is, he had the exact judgment from the Father in everything that he had to do. We'll start at verse 1, and we'll just read down just a couple verses, just give everybody caught up. And the children of Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. Now, for those of you who are not in the same vein as we are, we believe that the Moabites, the Amorites, are the children of the Chinese, the Japanese, and that Oriental nation. All right. So if you look at it historically or culture-wise, you would say black people lived in the Israelites. I'm going to specifically, say my nationality, because blacks, Hispanics, North American Indians. All right. These that were dispersed through slavery, we began to live in a place that's called Shittim. And there, the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. Now, this is an interesting verse right here. I want to go to this part right here to where it says, we're going to do the English and Hebrew interlinear. All right. Yeshab. All right. And Yeshab, Israel. Yasharallah. Wah, Yeshab. All right. Yeshab. Now we know that Shab, Wah, Yeshab. Sit, rest, stay, and rested. In Shittim. All right. All right. So Shittim is Shatayam. But right here it has a ba at the front. So it's ba Shatayam. All right. Let's read down. And halal, excuse me, halal, wa yahal, people, which is I'm. Then you have ha'im at top, which means the people. So ha at the beginning is the, and I'm is people. Now I want to go to the word I'm, specifically people. Why? Because it says am here in English, which, of course, I'm is the pronunciation of this character and this character. This is ayan, ai, this is mem or mayam. So I'm, right? I'm being broken down into KJV transliteral translation count 1,862 times for people, 1,862 times in general. Now, as nation, it's used 17 times. With people with, all right, which that's H1121, Hebrew 1,121st word, 4 times for folks. Hey, what up, folks? What up? Hey, what are my folks? All right, for Amin 1 time, twice for folk. For men, the word I'm, and each I'm. Now look at this. I'm, whenever you see it, it means nation, people, nation, persons, members of one's people, compatriots, countrymen, kinsmen, kindred. Well, we're going to go down a little bit more. We're not going to stop right there. All right. I'm a people. All right. A congregated unit, specifically a tribe, as those of Israel. See? Hence, collectively troops or attendants, figuratively, a flock, folk, men, nation, people. We have more. We're going to read down to our favorite part, which is Jacinius. I encourage everybody to either read the Jacinius, not just the, Strong's, but go to the Jacinius, and you'll always get more information. And you'll get more information because Jacinius was an older information source. All right. So yes, it's very true. It's very true that the Strong's Concordance is good. It's not, 100%, 12,000, 50 million percent, everything. Nothing really is except the word Yahweh. But Jacinius, being an older teacher, gave more accurate information, or more information that would be more, hefty. So you always want to go back to the older information. We always want to go back to the older information. All right. So I'm with, disconnectives or with the art. All right. Stuff. And here's Aimya. All right. It says a people so called from their being collected together. Right. So the common people, it is very often used for Israel and being the people of God. Right. So I'm going to skip the Hebrew and I'm going to skip the addresses, which are scriptures. I'm going to read down. It says the holy people is what we're called. The people, peculiarly belonging to God and in opposition to, all right, Goyim. Now, why is this important? Because it says the people in opposition to Goyim, all right, or Gawar or Goyim are Gentiles. So it's specifically showing you that these are times where it's talking about I'm the people, it's talking about the children of Israel. I'm what? I'm. Just I am. Just say I'm, and you're saying us, the people. That's pretty cool, huh? So why we want to look at that? Because it's very important. Leading down, going into this week's Torah portion, we're also going to read from one of our other elders, which is going to give us more details. Going to give us much more details. All right, Numbers chapter 25, verse 2. They called the people to the sacrifice of their gods, and the people did eat and bowed down to their gods. Does everybody remember this historically? So Israel, we lived amongst the Moabites, right? and then we begin to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. If there was a man named Phineas, where's Phineas at? There's a man on social media right now. There's a bunch of men on social media right now calling themselves Israelites, and some of those men, such as myself, from the nationality, we have similar names to men that are in the Bible. If you take on a name, then you have to be consistent or true to that name. All right. And you might, say, all right, my name is Karatazaya, which means Yahweh is patient. So me working to be a patient person, I know that only Yahweh is truly patient. All right. Karatazaya, Yahweh is patient. Now, if you go by the name Phineas, you should take on the moniker Phineas. All right. Now, you should take on the moniker of Phineas if you take on the name Phineas. Pinchas. Right? Pinchas was a strong man. We'll read about him more. All right. The children of Israel began to commit whoredom with the daughters of the Moabites, right? And they called the people, the Gentiles, called the people, the children of Israel, unto the sacrifices of their gods. And the people did eat and bow down to their gods. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor, and the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Israel. And Yahweh said unto Mashah, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before Yahweh against the sun, that the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned from Israel. And Mashah said unto the judges of Yashala, slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baal Peor. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of Moses. Now we have a different nationality. So Midianite, and remember, we were living here. I'm going to highlight this. Let's go to a couple different ones. All right. So we're in verse 6. Let's put a pin over here. If you use a blue letter Bible, if you watch the screen, you can put a little check mark on where you're at, and that'll help you to stay on your verse. I need to fix my screen real quick, everybody. Give me a second. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. So let's go up a little bit. So we're in verse 6, but I want to show you all something. Look, so verse 1, all right, verse 1 and verse 6. So verse 1 shows you who the children of Israel, where we abode in a place called Shittim. So here's location. Now watch this. And begin to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. Now here's a nationality. So you have 3 nationalities, 1 location. The issue, we begin to commit whoredom with the women, right? And I look forward to some of you women, man, to respond, come back, you know what I'm saying? But hey, I've had a beautiful conversation, which is a good thought, that polygyny for men is like a form of fornication, can be a form of fornication, and I thought that was beautiful because the children of Israel, the men, did commit whoredom with the women of the land. The word zanah, whoredom, is what you're looking at. All right, la zanawaf, to commit whoredom. All right, the word whore by itself is zanah. All right, but the word daughter is bath, and then you have banawaf, right? Now, commit whoredom with who? Moab. Let's go to Moab, H4124. Let's go to Moab. Let's go to Moab, right? Moab. Ooh, of his father. Hey, his name literally means of his father. Phew, that's a tough one. But who is Moab? The son of Lot by his eldest daughter. The nation descended from the son of Lot. The land inhabited by the descendants of Lot. Now, land of the rising sun. Land of the rising sun was popular Western name for Japan. The Moabites, I believe, not just because my original teachers teaching, but because my own research. This is called the land of the rising sun historically. Biblically, can you find the Chinese or Japanese related to the land of the rising sun? Shangdi, Chinese god. Primary Chinese god and protector of Shanghai is the city god Shanghang, and the revered city god temple of Shanghai uh, actually honors three historical figures who what it says who act as the city's divine guardians. I like to look up stuff like this because everything goes back to something historically. Even when you go to the East Indian, right? Shangdi. Let's look up Shangdi. Shangdi was the one I was actually trying to find. All right. Shangdi is the ancient Chinese supreme deity, translated Lord on high or the heavenly ruler. He has a scroll in his hand. He has a sword in his hand. He sits on the throne. There is no, well, there is some extra. He has lights, he has fire around his head. I want to tell y'all something, man. The Chinese knew about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, just like the Japanese, just like the Arabs, just like the East Indians. Every culture knew about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And if was reflected in a different way, it's just up to us. It's up to you to go back. Is Shangdi also? I know he's not He-Man riding Battle Cat, but is he referred to as some sense of a conquering lion? I can't say just yet. I have to go back and research. But my research on Shangdi did show that the Chinese culture originally did not call on multiple gods. They called on Shangdi, which was called the Lord of Lords. And then later, look at this, was revered as the omnipotent, ultimate spiritual power who had control over weather, harvest, and fates of kingdoms. I believe that they believed in Yahweh Shah. I believe that they believed in Yahweh Shah. All right, I can pull that up later. I'll do that another time. All right, so that's one of my past teachings that I have spoken on. The point of saying such as to say is that all these nations and cultures are and were very familiar with the God of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God that the whole world knows of. But over time, people started to be like, hey, doing other things, mixing other things together. It's like, and the history actually shows that these people were here. I want to show y'all something real quick. There's nothing new under the sun. When we get into the Midianite women, all right, let's switch to this page right here. When we get into the Midianite women, we are in Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book number 4. All right, it's chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, chapter 6. And when we get to chapter 6 is titled Concerning Balaam the Prophet and What Kind of Man He Was. Last week's Torah portion, this week's Torah portion should have flowed together. They should have flowed together. The Torah portion before, the week before then, it should have went out. And it should have flowed because things that are in the same world events are happening now. Earthquake, 7.8, 7.9 magnitude earthquake. I don't think that y'all understand. Like if we're not in that, so we don't feel it. But to understand seismology and to understand how these graphs and these, how these things happen and how it affects the earth. That was like, if not last week, that was the week before last Torah portion. The great earthquake. And then the Most High sent the plasma wave from the sun, and we had a huge earthquake in multiple places all over, throughout the world, and volcanoes going off at the same time. So, if you've seen or went to last week's Torah portion, you would have seen that Balaam was one of the main characters. He was one of the main figures. I actually should have said Balaam was one of the main figures. Okay. So King Balak also, we're looking at the Chinese and the Japanese in the Torah portion sometime class. So, which goes from last week over to this week, man. I miss when everybody was zealous about this. As not say everybody, but there was but those days are long gone and dead, and now it's only the future, what's coming up next. So what the Most High has in front of us now is more understanding along with more experience and better setups and less distractions. So let's get to it. I would that the people see this stuff because these spiritual things really do matter here on earth. And they all tie in. So from the Torah portion, all right, to seeing the daughters of the children of Israel fall for deception of the daughters of Moab. Uh, yeah, yeah. It's the same thing. Nothing new under the sun. All right. Phineas. Phineas was outraged about seeing Hebrew Israelite men deal wickedly, not just with Gentile women, because niggas really don't know the Bible like that. First of all, Gentiles was with us in the wilderness. The Gentile women that we dealt with were worldly Gentile women, were wicked Gentile women. We didn't even choose the Gentile women that was in our camp or the Israelite women. We went to war and we were seduced by Gentile women as a tactic to break us, to make us weaker, right? And it worked temporarily. But after it temporarily worked, we came back and destroyed all those who came against us. So that's coming soon also, all right? This is what we're going to read from. I'm going to put the link in the room if anybody wants to see it. You get to hear the exact same speech that the women use, which is the same things that they say today, which is it's so astonishing. It astounds me that the same words, the same actions, the same behavior still happens today. Here's the link for that. Okay. All right. Torah portion mode. All right. Let's get back to the Torah portion. So we see that these women were Moabite women. Now, when we think of Moabite women, all right, we think about nationality. Let's share this screen real quick. Japanese women. This is what's going to come up, and they're so white, it's ridiculous. This was going to come up. They're so white, it's ridiculous. In case you didn't know, they make themselves even whiter with makeup. They make themselves even whiter. They actually practice staying out of the sun. This is ridiculous how white they are. Antiquity images of ancient Japanese women. I just randomly threw that out there. I didn't know what I was going to pull up. I just randomly threw that out there. This is kind of where I'm going towards. I'm seeing some difference in phenotype. Seeing some difference in facial features. Still got the elongated face with the tiny, kind of small nose. You know, kind of like, you know, Down syndrome, but, you know, but kind of operative, you know. So I don't want to subscribe to anything. I'm just looking for images. Okay, well, if this is what they want to give us, let's go for it. Now, I'm going to say I very highly doubt that this is what Japanese women look like, or Chinese women even look like during the time of our captivity, of them, and, you know, our captivity of, you know, being in the wilderness. I very much highly doubt that. But pictures speak 1,000 words. I don't know. We got to go into some stuff. All right, so just to kind of give you something to look at, all right, let's go into the scriptures now. Let's go back to the scriptures, all right? So, let's go back down to Numbers chapter 25 and verse, let's go to verse 6. I think we left off 7. Verse 6. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought his brethren a Midianitish woman. So now we see a whole nother nationality here. So that's why we did that. We went to Ammon first. We went to Moab first. Now we're going to scroll down and we're going to go to Midianitish. All right. So let's go here first. Madawanya. All right. Madawanya, Midianite. Ha. Madawan. Yath. Ha. Madawan. Yath. All right. For Midianite-ish. All right. But let's see about this Midianite-ish. All right. Let's go to this phrase real quick. A Midianitish woman occurs one time in the whole Bible. Midianitish woman, Midianite-ish, right? Numbers chapter 25, verse 6, that's where we are. All right. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto this brethren, a Midianite woman, in the sight of Moses and in the sight of the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. So in case you don't understand what's going on, what this man did was a very bold act. He did a very bold act. Man, this reminds me of that post that I just recently seen. Brother, it's been in truth 16 years and got getting Edomite wives or something like that. It was done by a brother, it goes by the name Phineas. And this made me think about him. The post was shown to me by other Israelites. I actually don't see Phineas. I don't even know what to call certain people. But I didn't see that brother's post. Matter of fact, I don't think he called himself Phineas. I think it's called Loopy Lanes on his post. I don't even think he goes by Phineas. I think that's like a moniker that he was, passed on by. I don't know. But Phineas put that post up, and then there was some other Israelites that shared it to me and was like, "Hey, what's he talking about?" I said, "I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know. I don't understand his rationale." So you have to go and present him. But the point is that when they said that post to me, it was supposed to be, I don't know if it was educational. It didn't sound educational to me. It didn't sound enlightening. It didn't sound like it was anything that people flourish from. But what it did for me was encourage me. And I was like, oh, wow, this week's Torah portion goes in on that. Oh, okay, well, what was the events of that? The events of an Israelite man during the time that we were brought out of the wilderness and we were supposed to kill our... I ain't gonna say, let me not say that, because the Most High actually said that the nations didn't know we wouldn't bother them unless they bothered us. And that's why Balak actually called Balaam against us. He didn't know that. He thought that we would mess with them just because he was walking through the land. But I'm going to put a pinpoint right here and we'll read down. Numbers chapter 25, verse 6. And behold, one of the children of Israel and behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianite woman in the sight of Moses. So he presented her in front of Moses, in front of everybody, in the sight of the congregation of the children of Israel. Now, what were the children of Israel doing? Who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle. Why? Because the Most High was killing us. He was slaughtering us. And Masha had just said what? Masha had just put a hit out on everybody. Masha, not everybody, but all the ones that were interracially integrating with the other nations that were not sworn to us. Because you can do it if they were a part of us, they're sworn to us. But if they weren't, you couldn't. And this is the ignorance of some of these people who are blurting off, biblical thoughts and are perverting others because they don't have no understanding. And Yahweh said unto Masha, tell all the heads of the people, the elders, hang them up before Yahweh against the sun, the opposite direction, that the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Israel. So this is why the people were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, because Masha just put a hit out on everybody that was going and taking lascivious worldly wives. Verse 7. And when Phineas, here go that name, Phineas. I'm gonna say Phineas. And when Phineas, like another dude that I used to deal with, said, who is Phineas? This man said, who is Phineas? These cats are so disrespectful. It's ridiculous. And then we'll make friends of the ones they disrespect. Praise Yahweh, he separated me. That was probably happening when I was around and didn't know it. Now I get to see. Now, this Phineas was a good Phineas. And for those of you who don't know, there are multiple Phineases in the Bible. Just because you take on the name of somebody doesn't mean that you become them. You don't. Negroes got to fast, got to pray, got to start you got to start all the way over. You got to learn about who, Let's learn about Phineas. Will the real Phineas stand up? And when Phineas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, the priest, Levi, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. For those of you who don't know, a sword would be related to as a modern day gun. A javelin would be like a shotgun. A javelin is a large thrusting That's what a shotgun is. A handgun, would be considered, like a sword, small, close quarters. This man picked up a ancient shotgun, and when Phineas saw it, when Phineas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, excuse me, the priest, son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand and went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. And those that died in the plague were 24,000. This was last week's Torah portion. 24,000 Israelites were put to death because of unrighteous lasciviousness, whoredom, Zoanayim, in Israel, pertaining to Midianitish women and Moabite women. Now, that's not my portion to read for this week. The details are there. The information is just, it's mind-blowingly beautiful. So I can't, we're going to read it. But last week's Torah portion teacher should have taught that. And maybe they did. The Most High wants us to have a zeal for going hard for him. And you got so many passive Israelites who also are, maybe they're zealous in their activity of friendship, but not really in activity. What I mean to say, zealous in their activity of community and needing likes and needing views and needing other people to, see them. But Phineas was zealous that Yahweh seen him. Phineas was zealous that Yahweh was approved of him by his actions. Phineas put to death a wicked man in Israel and a woman that was not supposed to be a part of our community. Not just a Gentile woman, because it don't work like that. You a murderer. He put to death a Gentile woman that was violating the ordinance of Yahweh, and the Israelite man, which was a prominent man, that was violating the ordinance of Yahweh at the same time that a death legislation was just put out. I'm going to read just this portion, and then we'll get to the details of Phineas just a little bit. And like I said, will the real Phineas stand up? Because you got some imposter Phineases. Shalom, if you're watching, share out, man. Yahweh Shemar Latah, Yahweh Shemar Shalom. You have some imposter Phineases. You have some forward-brooding fake Phineases. Now, they can be real Phineases, but you ain't this Phineas. You ain't that Phineas. The reason why I'm saying that is because there are multiple Phineases in the scriptures. And just because an Israelite man may call himself Phineas, Negro, you are not. At least not the Phineas you might, you have to, be devout. You have to be devout in the things of Yahweh. And I'm going to say this right now. Phineas was from the tribe of Levi. His zeal for the Most High is what got his family blessed forever. All right. I want to read that, but let's go on a little bit more. And then I'm stuck on Phineas right now. Like Phineas is stuck on me. I'm stuck on the Phineas of the Bible. That's it. Right? Like Phineas is stuck on me. So Yahweh's sense of humor is funny because as soon as I seen it, I wanted to just erupt and go in and say all this stuff. But, may the Father guide my tongue. Man, hold on. Let's get this real quick. Sirach chapter 23 KJV, Ecclesiastes 23 KJV. Yeah, let's get Ecclesiastes chapter 23. All right. But before we do 23, let's go back to 22 just a little bit. All right. Ecclesiastes chapter 22. All right. Ecclesiastes chapter 22, verse 19. And this is just to put in your notes. If you're watching, please share out. All right. Make sure if you're watching, you're part of my family, make sure my children can hear or see, and make sure that you take notes too. Sirach chapter 22, verse 19. He that pricketh the eye will make tears to fall. Right? So if you get poked in the eye, you get punched in the eye, something have your eye, your eyes are gonna water, right? That's what happens. And he that pricketh the heart maketh to show her knowledge. So One of my sisters said to me, if a woman leaves her, a woman leaves her husband because of domestic violence in Israel, that's justifiable. And I agree with her. She may not have read what I've read. She may not have researched what I've researched, but she is my sister. She's my rib. She's as my own flesh. So maybe there's that osmosis between each other that helps us understand. But I will also say this, men are not allowed, from what I've seen, to be domestically violent against our wives. Now, if a man and a wife get into a scuffle, a fight, or argument, something like that, if they even get to a fight, that's not even grounds for divorce because it happens. But if there's a pattern of a man beating his wife, that's grounds for divorce. For what I've seen. Yeah, if anybody want to ask, go ask your elder. I, like Shabar said, I am not a teacher. All right. But I will teach myself. I'll teach myself. I'll teach I'll teach my children. All right. Go and ask your elders. Where's that at? Maybe they'll be able to bring it forth to you. All right. So no domestic violence. So as one plucketh the eye to cause tears to fall, so will he pluck the heart to show her knowledge. Whoso casteth the stone at birds frayeth them away. This is true. If you throw rocks at birds, they're gonna fly away. And he that upbraideth his friend breaketh friendship. Though thou drewest a sword at thy friend, yet despair not, for there may be a returning to favor. If thou hast opened thy mouth against thy friend, fear not, for there may be a reconciliation. Except for upbraiding, or pride, or disclosing of secrets, or a treacherous wound, for these things every friend will depart. Yeah, man, we can have forgiveness, but forgiveness ends eventually. All right, so remember that. Be faithful to thy neighbor in his poverty, that thou mayest rejoice in his prosperity. Abide steadfast unto him in his time of trouble, that thou mayest be heir with him in his heritage. So if you have a friend that's, y'all close, and they're going through poverty, going through hard times, and you might not be as much, the Most High says, don't abandon them. Stick with that friend in their poverty, in their hard time, because when they come up, you'll rejoice with them when they come up too. So be a faithful friend is what Yahweh is teaching us. For a mean estate is not always to be contemned, right? Estate, you see the word estate here. It can go into your housing, it can go into your living conditions. So, that's something that I had, I had to say that to one of my family members. A mean estate is not always to be despised. You might not have the best living situation. You could be living in a shack or a shed or in a situation like mine, But everyone has their own comfortability level. For a mean estate is not always to be contemned, nor the rich that is foolish to be had in admiration. As vapor and smoke of a furnace goeth before the fire, so reveling before blood. Arguing will lead to fighting. Arguing will lead to somebody getting hurt. And I'm not only a good arguer to the degree of, whatever the Father's given me to say, he's also given me the ability to defend myself, and I like to take that ability and defend other people sometimes. But, this word teaches us how to be good to not only others, but how to be good to ourselves. And it's a checklist. And if you see these checklists, you see the right and the wrong and who's right and who's wrong in situations, right? When you're looking at friendship can come back together sometimes, except for upbraiding. What is upbraiding? Upbraiding is when you bring other people to tear things apart. So me and you have a problem, but you bring other people to have a problem with me, you're an upbraider. The Most High says, or pride. Pride isn't something that's easy to get around when two people are, having an issue. Disclosing of secrets. Man, we friends and you telling stuff? No, I can't trust you. Look at this. A treacherous wound. For these, every friend will depart. And I wonder how far does that go into marriages? I don't think it applies to marriages, but I think for friendships, it does. I don't know. The Most High says, be faithful unto thy neighbor in his poverty, that thou mayest rejoice in his prosperity. Abide steadfast unto him in the time of his trouble, that thou mayest be heir with him in his heritage. For a mean estate is not always to be contemned, nor the rich that is foolish to be had in admiration. As vapor and smoke of a furnace goeth before the fire, so reveling before blood. You know, everybody claims that they can do this and do that, and when it gets to this situation, but we just seen a video this morning of a woman was shot in the head by because of her pride, because of her reveling, because of her words, by a man who she was supposed to be getting a pizza from. The pizza. So before fighting, bloodshed can happen. And it can happen in any situation. Two people can think that they're the best of husband and wife, best of friends and family, best of brother and sister, and bloodshed can happen. So avoiding reveling, can avoid death. I will not be ashamed to defend a friend. I never have been ashamed to defend a friend. I fist a cuff, fight for a friend, or I'll have a conversation. Are we all cool? I'm not talking about just that friend. I'm talking about, for my friends. So I will not be ashamed to defend a friend. Neither will I hide myself from him. So some funk or some beef going on with one of my friends, like, oh, yeah, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Nah. When the homies call. That's how it's always been with me. I believe that's how he made me, right? But everybody's not like that. Some people are ashamed to defend a friend. Some people will take sides with other people. They will, as they say in the world, throw you under the bus. Some people will, kick you while you're already down. They'll participate in helping slay you and all that cool stuff, man. Some people will be ashamed to defend a friend, show they weren't really friends. And some people will hide themselves from you. And I need my sons and my daughters to know that. I need my children to know that everybody will not be your friend. They will not defend you. All right. And if somebody hurting you or hurt you, tell ASAP, tell immediately, tell out loud. And I don't care if it's mom, mommy, Abba, friend, tell if somebody's not being a friend or somebody's hurting you. All right. So the Most High says for us being good, he says, I will not be ashamed to defend a friend. Neither will I hide myself from him. And if any evil happened to me by him, so I've been good to this friend. I defended my friend when something came up. I didn't hide myself from him. I may have answered phone calls or went to their house or if they asked me for their address, I gave them their address. You know what I'm saying? I had to say that because I recently had an event where somebody used to be very close to me, and then when it came time, they hid from me. Whatever reason they say, they hid from me. I'm like, oh, I thought we was friends. So they hid from me on multiple occasions when it was time for me and them to be face to face, and we could have had been. And I need my children to know this. Just because we Yasharim, just because we Israelites, just because we think like this, everybody around us don't. And sometimes even evil will happen to you by your friends. And if any evil happened unto me by him, look at this. Don't worry, my daughter. Don't worry, my son. Everyone that hears will beware of that bad friend. Everyone that hears what happened will beware of that bad friend. So never be ashamed to defend a friend. Never be ashamed to defend or fight for a friend. Don't hide yourself from them. And if any evil shall happen unto you by them, everyone that hears about it will beware of that bad person. So it doesn't say that any evil won't happen to you. My biological brothers, friends, families, mothers, constituents, cohorts, whatever, that may have heard or seen things slantedly, one-sided, whatever, I ain't gonna speak on. It's not time for that for me. They don't say, the Most High didn't say those things won't happen. It says, and if any evil happened to me by him. Well, mine's happened all at once over the course of like 3 or 4 years, over like overnight, literally like overnight, like Yahweh hit the light switch. And I was like, oh, everything's upside down now. I'm living in the upside down worlds. All right, let's see how this goes. Then I started playing around with keywords. I'm over here on the Isle of Patmos. Then I started watching other people mock me and say it. Hey, man, it's over there. Now they want to pretend like they're on the Isle of Patmos while they're actually, Father ain't took you there. He ain't put you on the Isle of Patmos. You don't deserve to be here. You're an imposter. You don't go no reservation over here. There are men that were honorable, such as John the Revelator, that was placed on the Isle of Patmos by the Lord. They don't know what they're talking about. And I just watch them polyperiod, copy, repeat. Trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter, baby. That's who I be. But it's out of, I know what I'm talking about in the Lord. You know what I'm saying? If I say Shangdi, Bashangdi, I know what I'm talking about, Bashangdi in the Lord of Lords. By Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahushai, and Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahushai, which is why, you know, these scriptures mean so much to me, because I've read them, I believe them. And can't no lying brother speak my heart or speak what really is. I know these scriptures, that's why I do them. All men sin and fall short of glory of the Most High. I smoke cigars. That's my issue. I smoke cigars. That's my issue, which I haven't shied away from. But to hear other things, the Most High didn't say what happened to me. He just says, but if any evil happen unto me, everyone that heareth of it will beware of him. Who shall set a watch before my mouth, not their mouths? This all goes into Phineas, because Phineas was actually a good dude. I'm talking about the Phineas of the Bible. I'm not talking about anybody on social media who calls himself. Now I'm not. I did a couple times before earlier. But now I'm talking about Phineas of the Bible. He was a good dude, but there was a bad Phineas of the Bible. And he was a so-called priest too. So people got to watch what they call themselves. So Negroes call themselves just whatever and not knowing, thinking they talking about this. But possibly, you know, I asked the Most High to teach me how to love. I asked the Most High to teach me how to love and to give me wisdom. And by teaching me how to love, he's taught me heartache. And that sucks, but it's cool. I look forward to it being able to explode out of me. It's like fire shut up in my bones. Who shall set, here's a question. Who shall set a watch before my mouth and a seal of wisdom upon my lips, that I fall not suddenly by them, my mouth, my words, and by the people that look to destroy me? This is the same for you, my children. Watch this. Who shall set a watch before my mouth? Yahweh will. And a seal of wisdom before my lips. Yahweh will. That I fall not suddenly by them, and that my tongue destroy me not. O Father, governor of my whole life, leave me not to their counsels, and let me not fall by them. Who will set scourges over my thoughts, and the discipline of wisdom over my heart, that they spare me not for mine ignorancies, and it pass not by my sins, lest my ignorances increase and my sins abound to my destruction. Watch this. And I fall before my adversaries, and mine enemies rejoice over me, whose hope is far from mercy. So Sirach chapter 23 and 22 goes together. It's just broken up in chapters as pages. But the narrative go together, that you have fake friends and enemies that are out to get you. Children, my children, they are not your friends. The realest Hebrew that you know, the realest Israelite you know, is Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahushai, who came and died for our sins. The world calls him Jesus Christ. Christ is Mashiach. That's why we say Mashiach, Messiah, Christ. Yahushai is Jesus' name. Now, his name is so much more important. And he's going to teach us when he gets here to see us. And for those who don't believe, that's on them. But for me and my Yaladim, we serve the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. No matter how hard it gets, no matter what we go through, my family will serve the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right. And salute to those who do. I cry for the women who left my family, not because they left or because not like I cry for their souls. I cry for the promises that they broke. I cry for the destruction that they caused. I cry not for me, but I cry because I read these things to them and I know that they're going to get in trouble. I cry for the children, for the families, all that stuff. And the reason being is because I actually believe this Bible. Like one of my wives once called me delusional. I'm delusional. Like I live in 20 something. I believe in this stuff. Well, you know, I believe that I'll be getting the last laugh when Christ returns. I believe I'll be getting the last laugh on understanding astronomy, on looking at these things and sticking to my guns when Christ returns. So be careful. Don't fall by your own ignorances. You know, and I pray a prayer, Tawadia, blessings to my family, my ribs, my sisters, my Elijah, etc. and such, you know, who actually say positive things to help keep those things in motion for me. So Tawadia, how I look come. So this is Numbers chapter 25, verse 10. Let's get back to this. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Phineas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, priest, hath turned my wrath from the children of Israel, while he was zealous for my sake among them, that I consume not the children of Israel in my jealousy. So we see that Yahweh is a jealous God, that this man, Phineas, did an act that was so righteous in his zeal. See, in his zeal, right? What is zeal? You're excited about something spiritually, emotionally. You turned up. I got zeal to get my little new car fixed. I got zeal to do this new arts and craft project. I got zeal to worship Yahweh. So the Most High blessed Phineas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, forever for putting to death a wicked man and a wicked woman in front of everybody, while Yahweh was saying, strike them dead, strike them dead, strike them dead. We're going to read more about Phineas, but I want you all to see this part. I want to finish this, and then we'll do a madrash, and we'll go to the next Torah portion. This week's Torah portion is super short. It's super short. And it just makes me say, where are the teachers? And then the ones who teach or did teach, they didn't want them to teach while they don't teach. The hypocrisy is ridiculous. They want to knock over cups and pitchers of water and then don't place no water there for the people to drink. They want to pour out all of the water, knock the cups off the table. At least my suggestion was, if you don't want the fountain of truth to come from me, send somebody in to teach so that the people, the children that's directly affected, won't go without a shepherd or a teacher. This week's Torah portion is super short, and there's so much jewels. There's so much beauty. Look at this. Let's go to this screen real quick. All right. This is this week's Torah portion. It's just Numbers 25, 26, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. And they're short chapters. They're not like super long. Then you have Jeremiah chapter 1 through chapter 2. Start at verse 1, stop at verse 3 in chapter 2. You see how lazy people are? To get Israel to gather together, to read and to hear, to feed themselves. Why do Yahweh for this day and this ability to be able to do it? Not only was it needed, it's needed for me. I think it's needed for the people around me. I don't rest on the Shabbat if I'm not going through scriptures. And for me, it ain't rest, just laying down unless my body is beat. The word is my rest. His word is my rest. Numbers chapter 25, verse 12. Wherefore say, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of the everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for God. He made an atonement for the children of Israel. Do you know what this is? This is human sacrifice. And people say God don't. Yes, he does do human sacrifice. He rewarded Phineas for it. Now, the name of the Israelite that was slain, even that was slain with the Midianitish woman was Zimri, son of Salu, the prince chief of the house of the what? Of the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianitish woman that was slain was Cosby, the daughter of Zuri. He was head over the people and chief in the house of Midian. And Yahweh spoke unto Masha, saying, so let me break this down. What we just read was you had two chiefs, a chief of the Simeonites. So right now you have the Seminole Indians, you have the Reubenites, you have the Gadites, and you have the Levites, and you have the Judites are all coming together and are making a new wave of music. They're making a new movement in music. And they blowing up. And I've told brothers, I've told sisters, look into this. Look into the tribe. Look into this. Y'all remember that old song? I'm sorry. Y'all remember the old song? Aiko, Aine. Giacomo Fino, I know, yeah. Giacomo Fina, yeah. Y'all remember that song? Hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now. Aiko, Aine. Giacomo Fino, I know, Giacomo Fina, yeah. Y'all remember that song? That song is a Creole. That song is a Reubenite. That song is a Simeonite. That song is a Levite. That song is a Gadite chant. That's not a song about partying. That song, look at my king all dressed in red. Iko, I nay. I bet you $5 he'll kill you dead. Shakamofinaye. Talking about, hey now, come on if you want it. Look at that king all dressed in green. He's not a man, he's a loving machine. Shakamofinaye. The reality of it is that Negroes are coming to a new consciousness and waking up. You have the Sioux Indians, and we are those 12 tribes. Now, I wanted to show this because I've been promoting Flag Boy Giz. All right. I don't do what you do. I don't listen to what you listen to. I probably don't even like what you like. But the fact of it is, I still take time to consider what other people are presenting to me. This is what I listen to. This is what I like. This is what connects to my spirit. This is my cultural heritage in the Israelite form. All right. So I want to share that Flag Boy. If you get a chance, check out the Flag Boy Giz, the colors. You know, it's just he blew up overnight. It wasn't overnight. It was actually a long time coming. You know, the music is phenomenal. I instead of going too far into that, I just want to stick with this one main point. Let me stick with this one main point. All right. So the tribe of Reuben, and I think I can play a little bit of this without getting flagged or monetized, you know what I'm saying, without Facebook, YouTube hating. YouTube, please don't hate. All right, it's for promotional purposes only, educational purposes. I only want to share information and blah, 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 blah.
I was sewing, hustling, working for the Mardi Gras. Carnival in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about, boy, you shoot cold. There's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl.
We outside.
I was sewing, hustling, working for the Mardi Gras.
Stop. I'll let y'all check out the interview, all that stuff yourself. Here's the link. He reminds me of Zephaniah Big Judah, even the way he raps. I think I know Zephaniah is gonna blow. You know what I'm saying? If he just keeps going, because this brother's content is totally different. I've listened to I don't know how many of his albums. You know what I'm saying? So and especially with it being summertime, if you choose to pump this Yasharalium mix, whatever, blippy blappy bloop, whole bunch of cool stuff. All right, let's take that back to this. We have the tribe of Reuben, we have the tribe of Simeon misbehaving. We have the tribe of Gad, we have the northern kingdom, and we have this one specific man named Phineas. Now, the fun part about Phineas, as we said earlier, is that there's multiple Phineases. It's not just one Phineas. All right, so if somebody would like to call themselves a Phineas, you may, but you better be the right Phineas. You might be calling yourself the wrong Phineas, because there was a wicked Phineas too, for those of you who don't know. I like to know things. I love knowing things. And I love sharing what I know. And then I like to watch people take what I share and act like they did it first. It's kind of weird. Like Maria, one of my sisters, she had did a Facebook thing, and it was in everybody's. I was like, oh yeah, that's what's up. I got to see that. Right. So I like sharing information because I like watching people grow. All right. And nobody should be ashamed to. You shouldn't be ashamed, like, oh, I don't like him, so I don't want to use the information he brought out. Well, your elder, you like your elder, and your elder is a dunce. He ain't brought out nothing. So, point of saying such to say, we're going to read this real quick. Hopefully, this gives some understanding of what we just read. We're going to finish our Torah portion chapter first. Okay, so we'll stop. That's what we're going to read. Flavius Josephus. I want to make sure everybody gets the link. I like to share things, you know. So here you have it. There's the link for this. We're going to go back to the book of Numbers. We're going to share this post. All right, and then from our StreamYard, I'm going to give you the link. So you want to be able to study Flavius Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews. Why? Because he gives African-American history. Now, we are in the so-called 4th of July. We played a video earlier. I'm going to play it again after we finish this week's Torah portion reading. It's about a 1-minute video. And I do want to say, last time I played it, I apologize. I forgot that the artist actually put nudity in it. The video is only 1 minute and 52 seconds. We'll watch that next. The video is what is the 4th of July to the African-American slave. If you click off of there because we played a 4th of July 1 minute and 52 second video, you are a certified coon. And the reason being is because Frederick Douglass stood up in front of over 200 Edomites, all different races. Edomites was primarily their slave owners. And he gave the most coldest speech for over 45 minutes. Rebuking them. First, he complimented them. First, he was like, you know, your forefathers did good in being brave. What am I even doing here? Hey, you know what? You all did excellent in defending your freedom. And then guess what? You ended up being hypocrites and enslaving me and my people. Oh, you are the biggest hypocrites on the planet. Flavius Josephus is one of the most beautiful historians. Frederick Douglass is right in our time frame. I'm not with the jokes and all the punk stuff and all the, you know what I'm saying? The 4th of July is a terrible time frame to where we were put inside of barrels full of nails and broken glass, and we were shoved down hills for games. 4th of July is a time frame to where me and another buck nigga was made to run while the guests of the party played shooting games and they shot at us. This was their 4th of July. But when the Boston Tea Party happened, they're revolting by throwing the tax money or the tea taxes. They're revolting it by throwing it into the ocean or the sea because they don't want to be slaves. They didn't want to have jobs. They wanted to be, but they enslaved everybody else. So it's a whole lot that goes into this week's Torah portion. We're going to play that. It's only 1 minute and 52 seconds. This is actually what it looks like. And I wish I would that you all would get this link and that you all would keep this link. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it's actually kind of hard to find. Like once you got it, you got it. But if you try to find this specific video, I think it's in that whole Donald Trump sweeping slavery under the rug. I think this video is in those files. All right. But anywho, let's finish the Torah portion because we only have a couple verses left, and it's not for the weak. It's not for the faint. If you are not a person that really like God, ain't nothing changed within the past however many years of the way we go through the Torah portion. We read it till it's done so that people get understanding. All right, so let's finish up. These are our last verses. All right, we just learned about, we're in the book of Numbers chapter 25. After this, we'll say the Kal HaShirah. And if you're in here, can you please type? If you know the Kal HaShirah, please type it in the room for somebody else who don't know it. Just take a second. Free up your hands or copy and paste so somebody else can see. Because they might not know what we say, why we say. All right, so we'll finish this and then we'll explain it. I hope the Kal HaShirah is in the back chat before I get there, please, if somebody can. All right, not just asking anybody in my own family. I'm asking people who are watching because they might know it, they might not know it. But then once they see it, they'll be like, oh, that's what's up. And then they can take it to their family, right? It's a universal thing that we said, all right? I'm not talking about Shema, Yashar, Allah, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. All right, but let's get back to this, right? Numbers chapter 25, verse 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, with no exposition. Numbers chapter 25, verse 14. Now the name of that Israelite that was slain with the Midianitish woman was Zimri, the son of Salu, a prince of the chief house of the Semenites. And that's how we got to the flag boy Giz, because right now the Semenites, Reubenites, Gadites are blowing up in the south, and their movement that they're doing is the Seminole Indians, Reubenite Indians, Gadite Indians, and coming from the Israelite culture, right? So that's a big sign, right? I like to watch for things, so y'all make sure y'all check out that. Verse 15, and the name of the Midianitish woman that was slain was Cosbi, the daughter of Zuri. He was head over the people of the chief of the house of Midian. So you have two chief houses, Israelite and Midian. And Allahia now with the Most High, he said, y'all think y'all about to bring these two big houses together and make all the little people sin in between? No, I'm gonna cut that out. Verse 16, and Yahweh spake unto my shop, vex the Midianites and smite them, for they vexed you with their wiles. Wait a minute. Is this the Most High being petty? Is this the Most High saying, get them back for what they did to you? Wait a minute. Vengeance is of the Lord. Vengeance is of the Lord. I'm not doing a contradiction here. I'm saying that here's a scripture that shows us the Most High said, get them back for what they did to you. The Most High said, vex them, vex the Midianites, and smite them for what? For they vexed you with their wiles. Wherefore, they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of the prince of Midian, their sister, which was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake. Repeat after me. Kal HaShirah, the body of Yahweh, Na Aisha, wa na shamai. Kol hashara, the body Yahweh, na Aisha, wa na shamai. The water kanai will kanawan. They can hate on you, but they ain't you. They can hate on you, but they ain't as cold as you. They can hate on you, but they can't produce life like you produced, and they can't produce that Hebrew like you produced. But they can hate on you. Kanai, you cold with it. Shalom. And Tawada, I know anybody else that was listening probably would have and still will have. Just let me give you your flowers right now. We just said, Kala Sharat, the body Yahweh, not Aisha, wa not Shemai. What this means is all that the Lord has said will we do and hear. We say this after we finish reading an entire chapter of the Bible. So once our community, friends and family, cohorts, constituents, whatever, after we finish reading verse 1 through the very last verse, we all say the same thing. We say, all that the Lord has said will we do and hear. All right? All that the Lord has said will we do and hear. So that's called the Kala Shara. I want somebody to copy and paste this. It's right here. The sister put it right there for us. Look, it's right here. You can literally take this and translate each word and say it for yourself. All the Lord has said what we do in here. Kala Shara, the body how not Aisha, wa not Shemai. There's nothing wrong with saying that. It will elevate, it will boost up yourself. You just say in your head, you finish the scripture, Kala Shara, the body how not Aisha, wa not Shemai. You don't have to say it like me. Say it like yourself. Ask somebody to break it down for it. All right. We say that at the end of each Torah chapter reading because you can find it throughout the Bible. Okay. All that the Lord has said we do in here. I want to speak on Phineas of the Bible. I'm not talking about no Facebook Phineas's. All right. I don't know. I ain't holding my tongue for much. I'm just using discretion. I'm not worried about speaking about anybody. You know what I'm saying? I don't have time or certain thing in mind. Other restraints, some other stuff, and blah, 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 blah. Teaching the people the main point. That's one of the things. So I'll be teaching of Phineas of the Bible, who was actually a real good man, a real Levite, a real Israelite. I want to speak on also the bad Phineas of the Bible, because there was a bad Phineas. All right. So just real quick, this is from Josephus Antiquities, and we're gonna go to over here. Let's switch to the good Phineas, not the bad Phineas. Let's switch to the good Phineas. All right. Now I'm gonna read this down, and this goes from last week's Torah portion. Okay. So if it seems kind of long to you, I apologize. You'll be able to come back in. I won't be closing down shop until we're done. And again, thank you to my family, to my mashkakah, to my friends, to my source. When I say, if that is not a part of my family structure, because they're not. They didn't make it, and I'm not ashamed of saying it. I'm sad that they didn't make it. But for those who did and who still are, thank you for you all, B'Shem HaMashiach Yahushua, and everything from the care of my spiritual to my mental to the care of the children that we're raising together. All right, the water for you all. So having this time of liberty to be able to speak, not have to worry about waking nobody up or being quiet, or I can actually be like, Balak, yeah, hey, Balak went in, and I have to monitor how low I gotta speak. Oh, that's nice. It feels nice to be able to come out. So the water, appreciate that. Let's read this real quick. This last week's Torah portion, going into this week's Torah portion, is going to teach you a lot about our culture, our history, our mentality, the way that people hate on us to this day. All right, and how the Most High he brings us out. He prevails. He helps us to prevail. So last week's Torah portion, we had Balak, we had Balaam, we had the Moabites, we had the Midianites, we had the children of Israel. Right. So this still all goes together. Whoever's last week's Torah portion that failed to pick up the ball and teach, you know what I'm saying? I understand. I understand. It's a lot of things going on. But if you can't teach, pass the buck to somebody else. Call the officers of whatever your local community is and see if they will help teach. Because this has to be done. This has to be read so that people can know. Let's get to it. Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews. We are in Antiquities 4, and we're in paragraph 2. Now, remember Balak. When you think of Balak, I want to give you all some pictures, okay? Big Trouble in Little China. All right. I want to give you all some images, all right? When you think of Balak, this is who I want you to think of, all right? You can think of whoever you want. You might have your own images in your head, okay? When I think of Balak, this is who I think of. The Chinese sorcerer from Big Trouble in Little China. I don't know. Do y'all remember this movie? Big Trouble in Little China. I definitely can't play, will not play the whole thing. But there was a sorcerer that was on there, all right? And the sorcerer, basically, he was the inspiration for Shang Tsung on Mortal Kombat, all right? And so was Raiden. But the point is to say that this sorcerer, his imagery, his attitude, his personality, how he didn't want to deal with his own problems, but actually, a whole bunch of other stuff. This is who Balak reminds me of, and they did an excellent job. This movie is so dope, man. Big Trouble in Little China is what they call a cult classic, right? And and then you find out like a lot of these actors are sodomites. It's like, oh, you a straight Batsy boy, man. Like, dang, homie, hey, you in the, it's crazy. So anywho, so this is what I think of when I think of Balak, all right? And when I think of Balaam, I have my own imagery, and maybe Balaam should actually be the sorcerer. But you have these haters, and I'm not even talking about my own individual haters, which, I had no idea I had so many friendly haters, like so many people that like me and didn't like me at the same time, or like me wanted to cling on to me, and so they could find something to not like about me. I love you for that, I guess. So, but as a nation, the Chinese and the Japanese were against us. So are the Moabites. So are the Midianites. So let's look at what happened. This historical event is beautiful. When Balak, king of the Moabites, who had from his ancestors fellowship a league with the Midianites. So you see the Midianites and the Moabites from old times work together, saw how greatly the Israelites were grown. He was much affrighted on account of his own and his kingdom's danger. So he spoke for no reason because Yasharallah doing good. The Most High brought us out of Egypt, out of slavery. The Moabites were around while we were in slavery. Did y'all forget that? These other nations were around while we were in captivity. You can't forget that. They seen what was happening to us while we were in captivity from the outside looking in. You can find that in the book of Baruch chapter 4, and you can also find that in Chronicon, Isidore of Seville's. He literally documents what all the Gentiles were doing while we were going through the wilderness. Now watch this. Balak was afraid because Hebrews are coming. Hebrews are coming, yeah. 100,000, 44,000, 100,000, 44,000. Since we were coming, the Moabites, Chinese, were terrified. Just because we coming, tucking their purses, locking their little carriage doors, we don't care about that. We're trying to get to our land. Now, this is what he didn't know, for he was not acquainted with this, that Hebrews would not meddle with any other country, but were to be contented with the possession of the land of Canaan, God having forbid them to go any further. This is something that the other cultures don't know, that they're worried about. They're always worried about us messing with them. So therefore, sometimes they might try to smite us first. Only they knew we're not interested in messing with you. We're just trying to get through and get to our land. For he was not acquainted that Hebrews would not meddle with any other country. So this is the same thing that we go through. We go through as a nation. We go through as a people being oppressed first before we even get a chance to do anything. So Yahweh's judgment from what you just read in the Torah portion of Numbers chapter 25, what you just read was a divine judgment. A divine judgment in Numbers chapter 25, verse 18. We've already said, we've already said that. You can say it again. But Yahweh shows us, he says, the Most High said, for they vexed you with their wiles, wherewith they have beguiled you. They have seduced you. They have tricked you. I've been beguiled. I've been a victim. Yeah, I've been a victim. Yeah, we've all been down through there. The Most High says they have vexed you with their wiles, their trickiness, their craftiness, their witchcraft, their sorcery, their slick talk, whatever. They have, wherewith they have beguiled you in the matter of Baal Peor. So they tricked you. They seduced you into idol worship. They seduced you into bringing you to another god. Now, remember, y'all just worshiped this calf a little while ago. And don't forget, I killed all y'all because of that, right? Now, time later, here's the new trick. Don't use a god, use women. Don't try to seduce them with your god. Use your daughters, use their beauty, use their hips, their thighs, their looks, their face, their ears, their elbows, you know, whatever it is that is beautiful about your daughters, use them to seduce the men of Israel to make them fall. If you don't believe me, it's written. Not only is it written, it's exactly the same pattern. And then you see, like, wow, the Most High's judgment on the men of Israel is so stern. He wants us to be more about him. Facts. He wants us to be more about him. All right, let's read on. We are at the state of Israel for afflict punishments, sons of Eli. All right, let's get to this one. All right. Boom. Windows security, defense reminder. All right, remind me later. I appreciate that. All right. When Balak, king of the Moabites, had from his ancestors' friendship a league with the Midianites, saw how greatly the Israelites were grown, he was much affrighted on account of his own for his kingdom's danger. For he was not unacquainted with this, that the Hebrews would not meddle with any other country, but were contented with the possession of the land of Canaan. Negroes have no right being involved in the so-called 4th of July. We're not involved in this country. This country is not involved in us. This country has nothing to do with us outside from the fact of our captivity, our slavery, our mistreatment, last hired, first fired. Nigga, you are not getting that loan. You can cancel that. All right. Unless, you know, you're willing to sin, or unless you're willing to break the law, it's going to be harder for you to come up in this land. I literally just turned down a contract yesterday, and I praise Yahweh for it. Great pay. 9 minutes away from my bayaf. Turn it down. We work rotating Sabbaths. I said shalom. I said Shabbat shalom. I won't be here. I'm a Jew. And I did like had them cracking up and everything. But it's not an option for us. You got some Negroes calling themselves all kind of zealous names and work on the Sabbath. You got Israelite men and women claiming to be virtuous, claiming to be, you know, whatever they claim to be. And these niggas are slaves on the Sabbath day. They ain't even free in Christ. They ain't even free to have their own time frame to themselves because they put money in work. They put money in slavery over Yahweh. And the Most High says he did these things to see if we love him or not, or whether we will be slaves in Egypt. You niggas are still slaves. Whether we will be slaves in Egypt or whether we will be free in him. How you a slave in Egypt and you still poor? I refuse to compromise certain things. I just can't. I just can't. Because I know that the Most High is going to do something. It might suck at the moment, but I know the Most High is going to do something else. So the trick that the Moabites didn't work. Balaam was hired to go against us, and it didn't work. Now, we're going to skip down because if you did read last week's Torah portion, all right, you would have seen that Balaam, he used wiles and witchcraft to try to get the children of Israel to stumble. But that didn't work. See, the Chinese believed in Shangdi, not Shangyu. Shangyu is an old woman who can't produce anything, and she's just, good for, she's given away her whole life, and that's a Shangyu. All right, we believed in Shangdi. All right. Now, Balaam tried to curse us. He ended up blessing us because even the prophet Balaam knew he could only go as far as what the Most High allowed him to say. Which I got to be better than Balaam. I can be better than Balaam. I got to, Balaam knew that. I can only go as far as the Most High allows me to say. Okay? So let's scroll down. Let's read down and we'll see what happened with Balaam and Balak. And then we're going to go into the details of this week's Torah portion. Balak himself also came to the mountain and brought the prophet along with him, with a royal attendance. This mountain lay over their heads, the children of Israel's heads, and was distant 60 furlongs from the camp. Now, when he saw them, he desired the king to build him 7 altars and to bring him as many bulls and rams, to which desire the king did presently conform. So here's the setup. Balaam and Balak. Balak is the king, right? Balaam is the warlock. Now, he was a prophet. He was a prophet unto the Gentiles. If you don't know about Balaam, Balaam's sons and Balaam were during the Exodus. Balaam's sons can be found in the movie The Prince of Egypt. So if you haven't seen the movie The Prince of Egypt, you can find Balaam's sons in there, where it's got the fat boy and it's got the skinny, tall dude. These were Balaam's sons. Their names are, I was about to say, I ain't gonna say that, excuse me. Their names escape me at this time, but I pray how Janus and Jambres. I love you, Yahweh. Janus and Jambres are the names of the sons of Balaam. Here, let me get this for you real quick. Let's share this page. All right, God curse America. All right. Janus and Jambres, sons of Balaam. Now, I haven't taken any time. I've taken the time that the Most High has given me, and I've had time to research, in my, zeal for wanting to know more. Who are these guys? Names of 2 legendary wizards of Pharaoh who withstood Moses. 2 Timothy 3:8. By imitating with their enchantments the works of Moses and Aaron's, though they were defeated. Exodus chapter 7:11 and 8:7. According to rabbinical tradition, I'm not going to go into that. So with that being said, I don't want to go into their rabbinical tradition. I want to go into what I know. Okay, I can show you where I found it. All right, so the rabbinical tradition of the oral tradition. Oy vey. I'm not doing that. Somebody might not. I don't care. I'm not doing that. I'll take you to the books, chapters, and verses, and show you to where these men and the history is talking about. So right here, yes, coming to Jewish Encyclopedia, you have Janus and Jambres, which were mentioned not only in the Bible, but also are mentioned in apocryphal books, such as Flavius Josephus, which was a real historian. I'm not going to go, rabbinical scriptures, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I want to take you straight to the historians who names them off, says who they were, what they did, and what their powers were, and even see how in the Bible that Janus and Jambres are mentioned in the Apocrypha by their enchantments and their spells and how they were made to look stupid. It's all right there. Here. So Janus and Jambres are real people. Janus and Jambres, are the sons of Balaam, which is so important because these historical figures really matter. You got Negroes that don't want to read Flavius Josephus because Josephus cuts their doctrine. That's why they don't want to read Josephus. They'll pick and choose, cherry pick. Thank you, Lord. I don't have my children with me today, so I have the liberty to speak loudly and freely. But my children are watching, so I have to watch what I say, including my. All right. So these fellows, these wonderful Black Hebrew Israelite failures, would like to cherry pick what they want and what they don't want out of historical books, or he will try to argue with you to make you look like you don't know what you're talking about. It's a shame. It's a sad, sucky shame. But it's good that the Father left records that we as being intellectuals ourselves can go and read. So Balak was happy to try to curse the children of Israel. Balaam knew, along with Balaam's sons, Jannes and Jambres, knew how to call on Yahweh. Balaam was not only mentioned as being a prophet of the prophets, but he was also mentioned to speak by what? Inspiration. Divine inspiration. Balaam knew how to call on Yahweh Shai. He knew how to channel him, as they would say. Balaam knew how to scry. You know what scrying is? Do you all know what scrying is? Let me give you an example of scrying. If I take an egg, and I'm a woman, and I'm living with a man, and I say, I don't want no bad energy, and I take the egg, and I crack the egg, and I break open the egg, and I put the shell over there, and I look at the bubbles float to the top, and I say, ooh, this means that's a form of scrying. Scrying in another form is taking an animal, open it up, and looking at the intestines and saying, you're going to win this war. That's another form of scrying. You know, they have the black painted fingertips, or they have the fingertips that, yeah, that's a form of scrying. Another form of scrying, writing in reverse and putting it up to a mirror. That's another form of scrying. Another form of scrying is called automatic transmission. You are sitting here and I'm possessed and I'm on a typewriter writing up a book called the OASP. Another form of scrying, just letting your hand freestyle write, whatever comes out, and all of a sudden you're possessed. That in the so these things are divination. This is what Balaam was knowledgeable of, but Balaam was also knowledgeable of how to do the sacrifice of Yahweh. Balaam was knowledgeable of bringing the clean animals, not the unclean, where to sacrifice them, how to sacrifice them, which direction to sacrifice them, which parts to separate and cut, because these are the things that we read in the book of Leviticus. And these Negroes don't even study Balaam. So when I say Balaam, it's one of my favorite characters. He was at the knowledge of the Levitical priesthood, but he was also at the knowledge of the old world. I got so many fun things. So Balaam thus did speak by inspiration, as not being in his own power, but moved to what? Moved to what? Excuse me, to say what he did by the divine spirit. That sounds like the Holy Spirit had possession of Balaam, right? But when Balak was displeased and said he had broken his contract that he had made, nigga, I paid you to come and curse these Israelites. How you gonna come and bless them? I paid you to come and get them out of my face, and you gonna come and bless them? Look at this. Balaam, instead of cursing us, busted out of his mouth. And now remember, Balaam was trying to kill Moses when Moses was a baby. If you haven't read the book of Jasher, go and read it. Go and read the book of Jasher. You might like it, you might not. You might be like, oh, it's got some stuff here. All right, well, take time and study to show yourself approved. Go and read the book of Jasher. Find out about Balaam, Jannes, Jambres, read Josephus, and I'll stop right there. But Balaam was super old. Balaam was dummy old. Balaam's sons were already, in their adult life when Moses was in Pharaoh's army. When Moses was in Pharaoh's army. When Moses was a baby, Balaam was the one. He was like, that's that nigga. That's that one. That's that Hebrew. Kill that Hebrew baby, right? All the ones you've been searching for. That's the one. Moses, like 2-3 years old, threw a temper tantrum and threw down Pharaoh's crown, stomped out. Ah! It's beautiful. So now in Moses, and another reason, Moses finally got his get back on Balaam. See, Moses knew Balaam intimately. Moses knew Jannes and Jambres intimately. Would you say that those were friends who betrayed him? I love this stuff, man. This is what Balaam said about the children of Israel. I just want to read this to you all so you can know what you have coming in the future. This is your future promise if you continue in the way of Yahweh. Happy is this people on whom Allah, God, bestows the possession of innumerable good things and grants them his own providence to be their assistance. I'm sorry, this is Christ in the Old Testament. Some of y'all are just unbelievers. Some of you are just dumb. And the reason I say dumb is because you're deaf and you refuse to hear it. When it says providence to be their assistance, the providence of Yahweh is his right hand, is his mighty arm, is Christ, it's his word. When it says providence, That's Christ in the Old Testament. So look, it literally names off both. Happy is his people to whom God bestows his possessions of innumerable good things and grants them his own providence to be their assistant. Yahweh Shai is all in the Old Testament and their guide, so that there is not any nation among mankind, but you will be esteemed superior to them in virtue and in earnest protection of the best roles of life, of such as are pure from wickedness, and will leave those rules to your excellent children. And some of these Israelite women aren't teaching their children basic standards. Some of these Israelite men aren't teaching their children basic standards. All right. And I will say 2 is better than 1. A 3-chord strand is easily broken. I had the blessing of being around Sister Renette Brooks, and she did such a wonderful job of helping to be a fill-in, a stand-in, you know, saying a dawadah to my Banakian. She did an excellent job at speaking up when it was time. Hey, go and let Abba hey, sit down time. And there is a true principle that women and children, especially girls, they respond to each other different than they do with fathers, right? So the Wadi Yahweh, because he really proves things by his word. I just watch. Sometimes I smile, sometimes I frown. I might have a cigar, I might not have a cigar, but I always is like, yo, these scriptures is like this, these scriptures is like that, you know. And out of this regard that Allahaya bears to you, and the provision of such things for you, as many render you happier than any other people under the sun. Now, this is what Balaam, the witch, the warlock, a witch is a woman, a warlock is a man. This is what Balaam, the prophet / warlock, is saying about us. You shall retain the land to which he hath sent you, and it shall ever be under the command of your children, and both all the earth as well as the sea shall be filled with their glory, the children of Israel, and you shall be sufficiently numerous to supply the world in general. So somebody asked me, at what time do you stop being fruitful and multiply? What if we only was fruitful and multiply during the time when Yahweh said so, when we just came off the ark? At what point in time did Yahweh say, okay, everybody, that's enough, stop being fruitful and multiplying? He never did. Some Israelites use that as a form of Zanayan, as a form of whoredom. I don't. I go into covenants to make marriages forever. I don't have sex with women that I don't plan on being with forever, and I just flat out now just don't have sex. But the point of saying such is to say, when we produce children, we are to produce a nation for Yahweh to operate in and perpetuate what we're reading. And you shall be sufficiently numerous to supply the world in general and every region of it, in particular with inhabitants of what? Of your stock. However, O blessed army. Now, the scriptures also say to rejoice not in the multitude of unprofitable children. There's that too. So let me be all the way transparent. Rejoice not in the multitude of unprofitable children, but in that one who fears the Lord. Now, that's tough, but that's a real thing. All right. Now, I messed up because I don't think it's actually rejoice not. Let's go to it real quick. Let's go to it real quick. Everybody, you got your apocrypha, take note of this. Go to the book of here. Let's go to it together. Sirach chapter 16. Looking at the be fruitful and multiply, and also the children of Israel populating and all those other things. Let's look at this, man. Ecclesiastes chapter 16, verse 1. And the word is desire, not rejoice. It's desire. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children, neither delight in ungodly sons. So there is a time frame to turn away from sons who are not being in the way of Yahweh. I know that might sound hard to say, but you know, I just really feel like Yahweh knows better than us. And my mother, she did this to us. She turned away from her children. We were being unprofitable. You know what I'm saying? She turned away from us. She was like, I got to go take care of me and get my spirit and my soul, and that caused us to be able to, really experience what that was like. And it doesn't feel good, to have a mother, but to not be able to experience or see her or call her when you need her because, your actions are bad. Well, that's what happens. All right, that's what happens. Okay. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children, neither delight in ungodly sons. And I was an ungodly son. Though they multiply, rejoice not in them, except the fear of Yahweh be with them. So now to this day, I'll get text messages from my mama, texting completely in Hebrew sentences, and that's really cool. But at the time when I was a wicked Negro on the streets, she didn't rejoice in me. Yeah, she made me in her heart as a mother, but she didn't rejoice in, coming outside and seeing me rob a Taco Bell. Like we lived a block away from the Taco Bell, and me and my brothers outside robbing it, and I'm hanging half my body out of the window, and she coming up the street calling me by my government name. I look back, my brothers holding me up in the window because I was a shorty. And I got the paper tissue holder, and I'm holding the paper tissue holder, and I'm like, stop playing right now, and they doing it, and I'm hearing my government name, and I feel my brother hold me up on my legs because I'm resting my arm on the drop the window, and I'm trying to not fall in, and I look back, I was like, bro, did you just say my name? And I look to the right, and my mama coming up the street in a house coat and flip-flops calling my name. Judgment, man. My brother dropped me and took off running. I fell out the drive-through window. Wow. I picked up my tape. We running, and my mama like, I can see you. I can see y'all running. It's all right. Y'all got to come back home. My mother, what I'm saying? Ain't no mother or son or father that rejoice in that. But the scripture says, desire not a multitude of unprofitable. Not profitable. I desire my children. My children are profitable. I believe so. Even my children that might not be in best correspondence with me right now, I believe I still got something for them, But we're not out breeding, just making wicked children on purpose. Now, I think I'm done being a breeder. I hate saying that. I love the concept of having family and children stuff, but I don't trust nobody no more. Elders, Israelite women, people, humans. I got a lot of emotional and mental issues that actually caused from me being in the Israelite community and not seeing justice be done by the Torah. So if any other children do come in the future, I pray that Yahweh B'Shem Mashiach Yahushai is through a different way. And then I love my Eli. My Eli are awesome. All beautiful, look like me, all the cool stuff. And So when we're looking at multiplying, the Most High never said, don't be fruitful and multiply. He never said stop. He just told us how to. You know what I'm saying? And then there's I love to read on marriage and rules and stuff like that. We'll get back to that later. Desire not a multitude of unprofitable children, neither delight in ungodly sons. Though they multiply, rejoice not in them, except the fear of Yahweh be in them. So that's when you rejoice, when the fear of Yahweh is in them. Trust not in their life, neither respect their multitude. For one that is just is better than 1,000. And this is where you see like Jacob, and Jacob, he comes in, he favored Joseph. He loved his sons, but when he came to his sons, like sometimes he would tell them to be quiet and just do what I say. Judah, why are you still standing here arguing me? Go back down to Egypt. Reuben, nah, I don't want you to do it, Reuben. Nah, I don't want you to do it. Reuben just put his head down and walk out the room. Judah, like, I got it. Most High says, trust not in their life, neither respect their multitude, for one is better than 1,000. And better it is to die without children than to have them that are ungodly. For by one child, by one that hath understanding, shall a city be replenished. But the kindred of the wicked shall speedily come to desolate. Many such things have I seen with my eyes, and my ear hath heard greater things than these. All right. So let's go back to the Torah portion reading. We're going to go to Josephus again for those that are here to learn. All right. So this is what Balaam is saying to us, right? Balaam is prophesying about us. However, O blessed army, wonder that thou art become. Here goes another thing. The word army is the same word for church. Okay, so the word army is the word that's synonymous for a church assembly. So the church of God is actually the army of God. When you get to the New Testament, it seems church just seems so subtle. It's actually not. The word church literally means army. So when he says he's coming back to a church unspotted, he's coming back for an army. You know what I'm saying? The kingdom of heaven is given to the divided, take it by force. The Lord is a man of war. However, O blessed army, wonder that you are become so many from one Father. Look at that. And truly, the land of Canaan can now hold you as being yet comparatively few. But know ye that the whole world is proposed to be your place of habitation forever. Do y'all need to see that again? I love that, man. Know ye, he says, but know ye that the whole world is proposed to be your place of habitation forever. This is the promise to the Elijah of Yasha'Allah, and also why Balak was so upset. I sent you to curse them, to send them away, and you come and bless them and tell them that they gonna own and have more? Yeah, absolutely. Because you can only say what Yahweh permits you to say. You can't go beyond what Yahweh allows you to say. The scriptures tell us the heart and the streams are in the hands of Yahweh, and he'll turn them any way he wants, any way he lists, any way he wishes. He'll turn the hearts of men, and he'll turn the oceans and the tides and the seas any way he wants. All right. So, Josephus. The multitude of your prosperity also shall live as well in the islands as on the continents, and more in number than are the stars of heaven. And when you become so many, God will not relinquish the care of you, but will afford you an abundance of all good things in times of peace, with victory and dominion in times of war. May the children of your enemies have an inclination to fight against you, and they may be so hardly as to come to arms to assault you in battle. They'll be too scared to fight against you. For they will not return with victory, nor will they return. Wow, that's so beautiful. Yahweh is so good. Listen, he says, neither will their what? Neither will their return. That's crazy. You might not make it home to your wife messing with the children of Israel. You might not make it home to your husband. For they will not return with victory, nor will their return be agreeable to their children and wives. To so great a degree of valor will you be raised by the providence of Yahweh, who is able to diminish the affluence of some and to supply the wants of others. So can you imagine being Balak and hearing that? Can you imagine being Balak and hearing that? And Balak like, hold on, I paid you to come and curse these people, and you came and blessed them? But Balak was displeased and said he had broken the contract he had made, whereby he was to come as he was, and his confederates has invited him by the promises of great presents. For whereas he had came to curse their enemies, to scroll down, he had made an encomium upon them. You know what an encomium is? A encomium is a great song, and it said he was going in. He was like, and the children of Israel are gonna be blessed forever, and y'all gonna go into captivity, and they're gonna be a place of it. Balak said, I came for you to curse them, and you put on a show to display how good they're gonna be blessed. And had declared that they were happiest of men. To which Balaam replied, O Balak, if thou rightly considerest the whole matter, canst thou suppose that this 'tis in our power to be silent or to say anything when the Spirit of God seizes upon us? Can you be quiet when the Most High tells you to speak? For he puts such words as he pleases in our mouths, and such discourses as we're not ourselves conscious of. I wasn't even thinking of this and I said it. I will remember by what entreaties both you and the Midianites so joyfully brought me hither. And on that account, I took this journey. He said, I well remember why y'all brought me here. And that's why I came. It was my prayer that I might not put any affront upon you. Do you know what a front is? A front is when somebody fronting on you. Like right now, I got I have fake past friends. They say they're not my friends no more because they've gotten new friends. Great. But I know what it is to be affronted on by friends, by family members, by so-called wives, and even by my own children. I know what it is to be affronted on. But that's not the point. The point is that what an affront is what's important. So when you look at the story of Esther and King Artaxerxes, there was a woman whose name was Vashti. Vashti affronted the king. She fronted on him. She fronted on him. And that's what affront means. She fronted on him, tried to show out in front of everybody. Well, gratefully, she was beaten and then cast out. So hallelujah, that happened. Because when it happened, it taught the other women of Israel to not do it. All right. So it taught the other women of the nation, taught the women of the world to not do it. All right. So he says that I might not put an affront upon you. I know why I came. I know why I'm here. I know about our relationship. I didn't mean to come in front upon you as to what you desire me. But God is more powerful than the purpose I had made to serve you. That's something for all of us to remember. The Most High is more powerful than the purpose. And sometimes when I'm speaking and teaching, I don't hear myself. Like when I say I don't hear myself, I hear what I'm saying literally. I'm sometimes something like this will pass me up, and it's like I'm saying it to somebody else, but this is something that I need to hear for me. You know, that what? Let's look at this. That what? But God is more powerful than the purposes I have made to serve him. So the purpose of Yahweh is more powerful than our own purposes. That's something very good for me and everybody else to remember. All right. So let's get back to it as we finish out the Torah portion through the writings of Flavius Josephus. All right, I'm going to put this. What happened there? Yeah, let's put that right there. Let's take this out. All right. So the purposes of Yahweh are, more powerful than our own purposes, whether it be, we broke our hands. I didn't do that. Why would I want to break both my hands? Why would I, this is the will of Yahweh. Why would I want, this structured friendships or family connection to be broken? I got to see, what did the Most High do? What is the Most High saying about this? I know a lot of people like to point at Job, a lot of people like to point at Samson. But there's other key players and things too. So, take those things into consideration. So as one of my counselors said to me the other night, gotta really consider everything. All right, so let's look at this. For those that take upon them to foretell affairs of mankind, as for their own abilities, are entirely unable to do it, or to forbear to utter the word, to utter what God suggests to them, or to offer violence to his will, for where he prevents us and enters into us, nothing that we say is our own. I did not intend to praise this army, nor to give over the several good things which God intended to do, to their race. But since he was found favorable to them, and so ready to bestow upon them a happy life and eternal glory, he suggested the declaration of those things to me. So Balaam is like, I can only say what the Most High had me to say. All right, now let's scroll on down. But Balak, being very angry that the Israelites were not cursed, sent Balaam away without thinking him worthy of any honor. So Balak was sent away But Balak sent Balaam away, right? And when he sent him away, he didn't even pay him. So how salty would Balaam have been in that situation? All right. So let's read on. Now, here's where the trick of Balaam came in at. And for the women, I want y'all to teach my sons. If you have sons by me, or if you have sons that you're raising, you know, that are part of our community family, you know what I'm saying? You've been affluential in their lives, you know, teach them these things because they're super helpful. They're helpful for me to see, you know, and they're also helpful for women in general to be able to know how to avert. Or you might be a woman that's like, you know what, I can see myself doing that. You know, you might want to be the type of woman that says, hey, I've seen that in the scriptures. I don't want to be that type of woman. Let's look at the strip club. Let's look at the strip club witchcraft that Balaam told Balak to do against us. All right. Why do I call it strip club witchcraft? All right. But I called it that because, you know, it's kind of like that. All right. So we'll read on and then we'll go back to the Torah portion. We have sunlight on this beautiful Sabbath day. You know, what are Israelites doing? What are Israelites doing? So it's not like, you know, oh, church is over. No, the sun is still up. It's still the Shabbat. How about that? You know, I should have made me something to eat or something to drink beforehand, man. But man does not live off bread alone, but word that you see that from God. So let's go. But Balak, being very angry with the Israelites, that the Israelites were not cursed, sent Balaam away without thinking him worthy of any honor. Whereupon, when he was just upon on his journey, so Balaam is just about to leave, in order to pass Euphrates, he sent for Balak and for the prince of the Midianites, and spoke thus unto them. So here's the backdrop. He sent away. At first, they was blowing him up. They blowing him up. Come and curse the Israelites for us. You know what I'm saying? They all in his back chat, all in his DMs, sending gifts to his house. He getting Amazon packages and stuff at the front door. He don't get those no more. He don't get those Amazon packages no more. You got to remember, the scriptures tell us that favor is deceitful and beauty is vain. So a beautiful woman means nothing if she's not a Proverbs 31 chaste woman. A woman with a huge bunda or a pretty face means nothing if she's not chaste of Yahweh. And even a huge bunda don't matter because small booties matter. Small butts matter. Women that are favorable in giving gifts, all that stuff don't matter because they'll take the gifts away from you. They'll do it to somebody else. Somebody else will get all that stuff. They only do it to you for a little bit amount of time to try to get you. That's why the scripture says favor is deceitful and beauty is vain. Beauty is vain. Favor is deceitful. So consistency, though, like a Proverbs 31 woman, I said consistency. Proverbs 31 woman, she's like a merchant ship that bring her wares from afar. You know. So salute to all these Proverbs 31 women who ministered. So at first, gifts was being given to Balaam. They was blowing him up. Now he's sending them messages back. Now he blowing them up. Now, this is Balaam's last attempt. Watch the curse that Balaam teaches on how to get the Israelite men to fall. O Balak, and you Midianites that are here present, for I am obliged, even without the will of God, to gratify you. What? 'Tis true, no entire destruction can seize upon the nation of the Hebrews, neither by war, nor by plague, nor by scarcity of fruits of the earth, nor by any unexpected accident be their entire ruin. For the providence of God is concerned to preserve them from all such misfortune. Here we see it again, the providence of God. That's Yahweh. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ in the Old Testament, Yahweh in the Old Testament is also known as the providence of God. For the providence of God is concerned to preserve them from such misfortune, nor will it permit any such calamity to come upon them, whereby they shall all perish. But some small misfortunes. Now, this is what Balaam says. Now, this is how you get them. It's small ways to knock them off. little by little, like Tazadak said, all these little things will use against you. But some small misfortunes, and those for some small time, whereby they shall appear to be brought low, may still befall them. But after that, they will flourish again to the terror of those that brought those mischiefs upon them. So that if you have a mind to gain victory over them for a short space of time, you will obtain it by following my directions. Do you therefore set out the comeliness of such your daughters as are eminent for beauty and proper to force and conquer the modesty of those that behold them, and these decked and trimmed to the highest degree you are able. Then do you send them to be near the Israelites' camp, and give them in charge that when the young men of the Hebrews desire their company, they will allow it them. Let them have sex with your daughters. Let them hit. Use your daughters to pollute the Israelite men. Pick out your most beautiful daughters. Put them in the most beautiful garments, trimmed to the highest degree that you are able. Then go and send them near the camp of the Israelites. So to understand the camp of the Israelites, you have to understand the Torah and the Judean discovery scrolls. So the camp of the Israelites are the men of war. All right, it's not like these Midianite women, these Moabite women just came up to the Israelite, our houses or our tents where our ribs was. Our ribs would have beat them down as soon as they showed up. Our ribs might have killed them first. So this is for the men that were out at war, right? The camp that were out at war, and give them in charge that when the young men, not just the old men, but when the young men of the Hebrews desire their company, they allow it them. And when they see that they are enamored of them, so let them deal with them, let them smash. And then once they fall in love, let them take their leaves. Oldest trick in the book. I done went from some of the oldest tricks, from some of the coldest chicks God done ever met. Y'all don't hear me. Man. Some ugly ones too. From some ugly chicks, not just cold ones. Like, ew, yeah, man. I was trying to be merciful. I'm sorry. I thought being merciful would have turned out good for me. I'm sorry. So let them take their leaves, and if they entreat them to stay. So when the men entreat the women to stay, let them not give their consent. So pick out your most beautiful daughters, the ones with the best bodies that men are attracted to. Put them in the most attractive clothes. Let them hang out around the camp of the army of Israelites. If the men try to holler at them, don't tell the women to holler at them. If the women try to holler at them, let them intermingle. Let the daughters smash. And then once you find out that the men are in love, take the women away from the men. Wait a minute. I think I read this somewhere before. Ecclesiasticus Sirach chapter 25 KJV. Oh yeah, King Solomon talked about this. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart, any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman, and any affliction but the affliction of them that hate me, and any revenge but the revenge of my enemies. For there is no head above the serpent, and there is no wrath above the wrath of an enemy. I'd rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman. The wickedness of a woman changes the face and darkens her countenance like sackcloth. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart, any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman. I think King Solomon or the writers of the psalmists, they knew what they was talking about. When we go into the historical aspect also of how Balaam used the women to destroy the men of Israel temporarily. Do you therefore set out the comeliness of your daughters as are most eminent for beauty and proper to force and conquer the modesty of those that look at them, that behold them. And these decked and trimmed in the highest degree you are able. Then do you send them to be near the Israelites' camp, and give them in charge that when the young men of the Hebrews desire their company, they allow it them. And when they are enamored of them, let them take their leaves. And if they entreat them to stay, let them not give their consent till they have persuaded them to leave off from the obedience of their own laws and to worship that God who established them, and to worship the God of the Midianites and the Moabites. For by this means God will be angry with them. Accordingly, Balaam had suggested this counsel. He went his way. This is the whole breakdown right here of the mystery of Baal Peor, the intermingling of heathen women who were used, and it's not just intermingling of heathen women. Let's just say that heathen women specifically, but not stranger women, not Gentile women, because we did intermingle with Gentile and strange women that were part of the Israelite camp. All right. So some might say, oh, she's just this, or she's that, or she's that. Well, I mean, she might be held in a higher standard than you are if you're not doing the law, statutes, commandments, and judgments of Yahweh, and you're an Israelite woman, but she's a Gentile woman. She just might be. She just might be. And I can prove that to you in the New Testament. Also, we can prove that the Apostle Paul with Lydia of Thyatira was very blessed. And Lydia of Thyatira was a white woman. I don't know what Bible these Negroes are reading. They make up their own stuff and then they just start talking. And there's other people who don't have the same zeal for God. They even call themselves by zealous names, Hebrew names. They call themselves by Israelite names, and then maybe a month later they might say, I'm not even doing that no more. Well, these people are temporary. They're chaffed. And they'll come just like Balaam came, and they'll leave just like Balaam left. They'll also be destroyed, just like these Midianite women and the witchcraft, the witchcraft attempt. And the fathers that were involved, the fathers got dead too. The fathers got dead, man. I praise you how I praise you how. This was the oldest trick in the book. Now, from back then to now, men fall for it. Even I myself, it's, oh, you were a zanah and you were a liar. You were a rod chaser in Israel. Oh, makes sense. All right. When the psalmist wrote of this, he said, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman. This is well after the time of the Israelites being seduced by the Midianites and what's called Baal Peor. All right, Numbers chapter 25. This is well after that. Okay. Let's go ahead and get to the Torah portion reading because there's more with Josephus. All right. And the reason why I want to read is because I want you to know it. I want you to hear it. Some people haven't. And then they have a half doctrine because, I just want to fill up people a little bit more with more information. That's all. Till they have persuaded them to leave off from the obedience. And this was the whole objective, to have the women to teach the men to leave off from the obedience of our God. To be enamored by a woman means you're so in love, you're just out of your wits end. And I've been there and I've tried to keep people I didn't lose my mind over women that were being bad. I lost my mind because, I was trying to keep people to be good, like keep something together, keep a family structure together, keep children together. Don't shame yourself. Don't shame me. Don't break your promises. You know what I'm saying? And, to be enamored, it's infatuated. It's to be smitten. Like you're captivated, I don't know any Israelite men. I don't care what these women talking about. They sound stupid to me when they telling me about what other men do, and I'm thinking about what I'm doing. Don't try to use what other men do in their life examples and my life example. So, you know, I know whenever I am dealing with a person from ever, 20 years to 10 years to 5 years, 1 year, my objective never changes. My goal never changes. It's the same thing we agree upon all the way until we meet Christ. And it's okay for husbands to be enamored. I'm enamored. I know I'm enamored. I'm currently enamored. But it's not okay to be enamored with wickedness, to be enamored with wicked women that's in love. The scripture says, if the unbeliever depart, let them depart. A brother or sister is not in bondage in such a case. But to the unlearned and to the ignorant, you will not look like the believer. You will look like the unbeliever for letting the unbeliever depart. Don't be enamored with wickedness. Be enamored with those who are enamored with you. Be enamored with those that are in love with you. All right. Whether it be your children, your own family members, be enamored with them. So I don't have very much consideration pertaining to like what's going to happen next or what's going to come up next with somebody else who was disobedient. I know what's going to happen with them. They're going to get judgment from God, whether it be long or whether it be quick coming. That's why I'm not ashamed to defend a friend. And I stay consistent, stick to the plan. And when they were enamored of them, they left. And when they are enamored of them, let them take their leaves. And if they, the Israelite men, entreat them to stay, I'm not about to entreat you and beg you to stay. You wicked as all get out. Take your wickedness with you. Let them not give consent. You know why? Because once you beg a person to stay and they're not really with it, they're going to not give consent. And I went through this, and I'm very grateful that I went through this. It hurt, but I'm so glad that I went through this because it taught me so much, and I'm still learning. Like, I had game in the world, but the Most High is giving me more game in the truth, you know? All right, so let them not give. And if they entreat them to stay, so dude, you begging a sister to stay, you begging a woman to stay, let them not give consent. Or in other words, she's going to leave anyways. Till they have persuaded them to leave off from the obedience of their own laws. Nigga, are you crazy? You want me to choose you over Yahweh? I'm not doing that. Until they have left off of their own laws and worship of that God who established them, and worship the gods of the Midianites and of the Moabites. What? For by this means Yahweh will be angry with them. Accordingly, when Balaam had suggested counsel to them, he went his way. So when the Midianites had sent their daughters, as Balaam had exhorted them, the Hebrew young men were allured by their beauty and came to discourse with them and besought them not to grudge them the enjoyment of their beauty, nor deny them their conversation. These daughters of the Midianites received their words gladly and consented to it and stayed with them. But when they had brought them to be enamored of them, and their inclinations to them were grown to ripeness, they began to think of departing from them. Then it was that these men became greatly disconsolate at the women's departure. Oh no! I've been there before. Babe, you in truck driving school? Babe, don't commit adultery. Just do your job, come back to the hotel. I was talking to her while she was committing adultery. Not on purpose, but I was like, you committing adultery? In truck driving school? When it was that these men became greatly disconsolate at the women's departure, that they were urgent with them not to leave them, but begged that they should continue there and become their wives. And they had promised them that they should be owned as mistress all they had. Now, you're not going to be my wife. You're not going to be my wife, but you're going to be over all of everything else. My wife is at home while we out at war, and you're going to be over everything else, but you know what I'm saying? Baby, don't leave me. I'm not doing that. My daughters are watching, so there's certain things I can't say. I trust in the virtue. There's my sons are watching, so there's certain things I won't say. You know, there's certain things that, you know, can be used as sorcery and as witchcraft, and the mouth is one of them. The mouth. These women didn't pull out no guns. They didn't strong arm or force these men. They seduced them with their wiles. Ezekiel 16, KJV, Blue Letter Bible. Ezekiel 16. And I've been having trouble lately. I've been trying to find certain chapters in the Blue Letter Bible, KJV, and it hasn't been letting me find it. But I'm gonna pull up this scripture real quick. Ezekiel 16. We're gonna go to a modern translation. All right. All right, I'm gonna go to a modern translation. Let's see. This is the LSB. Let's go to the KJV. This is Ezekiel chapter 16. This chapter is beautiful, and it's like the men of Israel totally forgot it. There's a witchcraft spell that's on Israelites, and I'm grateful to Most High. He separated me and my family. It was a hard separation, and it seemed unnecessary. But I just genuinely think that those are all bad people that the Father is separating from, and the reason being is because they don't seem to have been good friends in the end at all. They don't. It ain't even the end, and they haven't shown themselves to be good friends. And there's been random or people who always been there kind of sideline have been showed themselves to be amazing. And I'm just like, wow, Yahweh is truly good. This chapter, and I'm not speaking on those so-called elders because they're not showing themselves to be. This entire chapter is about the rebuke. Here, watch this. Let's just watch this pattern. Let's watch how this pattern go together. We're going to start at verse 9. This is Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 9. The Most High is talking about us, Yasharallah, but he goes into speaking on the daughters of Israel specifically. Then washed I thee with water, yea, I thoroughly washed away the blood from thee, and anointed thee with oil. I clothed thee also with broidered work. Like you see these Gadites and these Reubenites, these Seminole Indians, like you see them with broidered work. And shod thee with badger skins, and gird thee about with fine linen, and covered thee with silk. I decked thee also with ornaments, and put bracelets upon thy hands, and a chain upon thy neck. I put a jewel in thy forehead, and earrings in thy ears, and set a beautiful crown on thy head. Thou was decked with gold and silver, and thy raiment was of fine linen and silk and broidered work. Thou didst eat flying flour and honey and oil, and was exceeding beautiful. And thou didst prosper into a kingdom. And they renown went forth among the heathen for thy beauty. And thy renown went forth among the heathen for thy beauty. For it was perfect among thy comeliness, which I had put upon thee, saith Yahweh Allahayah. But thou didst trust in thine own beauty, and platest the what? Here's that word, zanah. Plateth the word zanah, plateth the harlot, because of thine renown, and pouredest out thy fornications upon every one that passeth by. Look at this. His it was. That literally is like saying anybody could get it. The Most High said, you let anybody get it. And that's the crazy part. Because even in this future context, the Most High is so specific and still speaking about how the children of Israel behave. Let me make the screen larger so you all be able to see it. I just checked that on my screen. You can't see it as well. He says, anybody that passed by, his it was. You would let anybody get it. That's terrible. And of thy garments thou didst take, and deckest thy high places with diverse colors, and playest the harlot thereupon. The like things shall come, the like things shall not come, neither shall it be so. Thou hast also taken thy fair jewels of my gold and my silver, which I had given thee, and made to myself images of men, and didst commit what again? Whoredom with them. So whoredom doesn't just go into physical whoredom. There is a such thing as spiritual whoredom, and there is a such thing as giving your attention to another lover, which can cause you to be in whoredom. And the Most High rebuked us for that. Right? And thou tookest thy embroidered garments. Niggas don't even care about their garments no more. And it's so sad. You got Israelites that just refuse to make garments. They won't make work to make garments. And you got Israelites that just won't wear garments. And tooketh thy embroidered garments and covered them, and thou settest mine oil and mine incense before them. My meat also, which I gave thee, fine flour and oil and honey, wherewith I fed thee. Thou hast even set it before them as a sweet savor, and thus it was, saith Yahweh Allahayah. So he does consider our pouring out affection as a sense of adultery or fornication. You know, he's given us everything to supply us, and let's read on. Moreover, thou hast taken thy sons and thy daughters whom thou hast borne unto me, and these thou hast sacrificed unto them to be devoured. Is this of thy whoredom a small matter? So we don't murder our children, all right? We don't sacrifice them in the fires. Verse 21, and thou hast slain my children and delivered them to cause them to pass through the fire for them. That thou hast slain my children and delivered them to pass through the fire for them. And in all thine abominations and thine whoredom, thou hast not remembered the days of thy youth, when thou wast naked and bare and was polluted by blood. So this is so dope, because verse 22 recycles you right back up to verse 1. And it came to pass after all thy wickedness, woe unto thee, saith Yahweh Allahayah, that thou hast built unto thee an eminent place, and has made thee a high place in every street. That has built high place in every head, sheesh, of the way, and has made thy beauty to be hated, and has opened thy feet to everyone that passed by, and multiplied thy whoredom. So adults know what that means, which is why we tell little girls, keep your legs closed. Keep your legs closed. Yahweh don't like that. He says, thou and has opened thy feet. So Yahweh says, keep your legs closed. That's where the old saying from. Keep your legs closed. Close your legs. Yahweh says, has opened thy feet to everyone that passeth, and the multitude of thy whoredom. Thou hast also committed fornication with the Egyptians, thy neighbors, great of flesh, and has increased thy whoredom to provoke me to anger. That's I don't want to even explain what, you know. Let me ask you, adult women, what do you think that means? What do you think that means? Thou hast also committed fornication with the Egyptians, thy neighbor, great of flesh, and increased thy whoredoms. Look at this, to provoke me to anger. Behold, therefore I have stretched out my hand over thee. I have diminished thine ordinary food, and delivered thee unto the will of them that hate thee, the daughters of the Philistines that are ashamed of thy lewd way. Thou hast played the Zanah, the whore, also in Assyria, because thou was insatiable. I couldn't stop you. Yea, thou hast played the harlot with them, and yet could not be satisfied. This chapter is tremendous. This chapter is tremendous, and these Israelite men refuse to read it. Thou hast moreover multiplied thy fornication in the land of Canaan unto Chaldea, and yet thou wouldest not be satisfied herewith. How weak is thine heart, a weak-hearted woman? How weak is thine heart, saith Yahweh Allahayah, seeing thou does these things, the work of an impious, whorish woman. Ezekiel chapter 16, verse 31. We're almost done. Matter of fact, I'm gonna encourage y'all to read the rest. I'm done with it, because I not trying to be funny. I just look forward to seeing what the Most High is gonna do next, you know, and that be for man, woman, and child. All right, especially I ain't gonna stunt, especially for you know for his judgments to be seen and proven. All right, so let's get back to it. So we're in the book of Numbers, chapter 25. We just finished that. So now let's go to Numbers chapter 26. The next chapter in this week's Torah portion. That was a lot, right? And we're only in the next chapter. Amen. Numbers chapter 26. And this is what I said, man. You know, these chapters are beautiful. Numbers chapter 26, verse 1. All right. Salute to all of those men and women who are actually out here still reading the Torah, still reading the Torah portion into the ears of the people. You know what I'm saying? And shame all you busters who dropped the ball and who quit. Shame on y'all. Y'all some suckers. Y'all some straight lames. Y'all some straight lames, man. And can't people can't get no word, no life, no truth from you, but you don't want others to teach. And then you try to suffocate the ones who do teach, but you don't want to pour out waters. You a lame and a half. Y'all some straight Balaams. Y'all are the Balaams. Y'all make it look good and y'all try to trap other people up, but you don't pour out no water for yourselves or for others. Numbers chapter 26, verse 1. And it came to pass after the plague that Yahweh spake to Moshe, Moses, and to Eleazar, son of Aaron, the priest, saying, take the sum of all the congregation. Take the sum of all the congregation. I'm standing this up real quick. All right. Take the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel. There we go. Let's see. It's a little better, man. I had to stand up on it, man. It's a little bit. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. I had to stand up. All right. So let's get back to this. TORAH, salute to you all for enduring and reading, going through the Torah portion. All right. There's a lot who just don't, and I don't get that, you know. And then there's some who can't. And for those who can't, somebody should. So TORAH Yahweh for allowing this day. But so much I gotta say. All right, Numbers chapter 26, verse 1. And it came to pass after the plague that Yahweh spake unto Moshe and unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saying, take the sum of all the congregation of the Eladim of Yashar'Allah from 20 years old and upward throughout their father's house, not the mother's house. All right. Sirach chapter 3, the Most High has given honor to the children over the son and to confirm the authority over the mothers. Right. Leviticus, the Most High says, go by the pedigree of your fathers. Right. Our Father who art in heaven, right? My Father, why hast thou forsaken me? All right. Cry, Abba, Abba, Father, Father. Take the sum of the congregation of the children of Israel from 20 years old upward throughout their father's house and all that are able to go to war. Why? Because now it's time to go fight. And Moses and Eleazar, the priest, spake with them in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho, saying, take the sum of the people from 20 years old and upward, as Yahweh commanded Moshe, the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Matazadian. So no Gentiles were allowed to go to war with us in this case. This ain't a Gentile matter. All right. Any Gentiles that were a part of the Israelite community at this time frame, do not come forward to camp. Reuben, the eldest son of Yashar'Allah, the children of Rehoboam, Hanak, of whom cometh the family of the Hanachites, and Palu of the family of the Paluites, Hezron of the family of the Hezronites, Camri of the family of the Camarites, Carmites. All right, Carmi of the family of Carmites. These are the families of Rehoboam, Reuben, and they were numbered of them 43,730 of the sons of Palu, Eliab, of the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, Dathan, Abram. This is the Dathan and Abram which were famous in the congregation which strove against Moshe and against Aharon and the company of Korah when they strove against Yahweh. All right. Verse 10. And the people opened their mouth and swallowed them up together with, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up together with Korah. That company died. What time the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a sign. That's something else to know too. The tabernacle of Yahweh had dead bodies apparently hanging around it. Not only the heads of these men, which I don't, take the heads of these men and hang them up, but also the priests we took and we beat their shields. We beat their their altar incense. We beat their incense into 6-pointed shields. I think 250 of them. We put them up around the tabernacle of Yahweh too, and that's something very interesting to know. The Most High is very bloody, man. Notwithstanding, the children of Korah died. The sons of Simeon and their families: Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites; Jamin, the family of Jaminites; Jachin, the family of Jachinites; Zerah, the family of the Zerites; Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. Let's see, verse 14. These are the family of the Simonites, 22,200. So right now we see the tribe of Seminole. Like I said, tribe of Seminole is definitely on the Quam. All right, the tribe of this definitely on the Quam. Definitely on. I had to switch to this right here. This is my Jones right here. This is my jam right here, man. People will get caught up later, but for right now, I just want to.
I was sewing, hustling, working for the Mardi Gras. Carnival in New Orleans, I'm outside. Everybody talking about, boy, your suit cold. It's only one Super Sunday, it ain't the Super Bowl.
All right, so back to it. All right, so the tribe of Reuben is definitely on the Quam right now. So Quam Yasharali, Abraham, 12 tribes are on the rise. The children of Gad, after their families, Zephon, the children of Zephonites; of Haggai, the family of the Haggites; of Shunai, the family of Shunites; of Ozni, of the family of Oznites; of Eri, of the Eriites; of Arad, of the Aradites; of Eri, Arli, of the family of Arilites. These are the families of the children of Gad, according to those that were numbered, of them 40,500. Now, real quick, Madrash, as you can see, there's a pill crow in between each one of these. So it gives off the families, the captains, and then, the number. All right, something that I have done and like to do is say, okay, these are the children of Gad. I know that my mother's Gadite. I know that my father's from the tribe of Judah. So I'll get to something like this, and I'll go to Gad, and I literally will look up each one of these names and try to find out where are these names found in the Americas. I do not believe that America is Jerusalem. You got some Israelites that believe the earth is flat. You can't tell them nothing. You got some Israelites that don't believe in satellites. You niggas is weird. You don't believe in satellites? Explain your GPS, goofy. I can't stand them cats now, man, because I watched them try to defame and disrespect somebody who knew better than them, and then in their pride and arrogancy call somebody else pride and arrogant, but didn't know what they was talking about. I can say their names, I just don't care to right now. They couldn't validate nothing about the shape of the earth, historically, biblically, and then when proved wrong, wouldn't even confess that they was wrong and just moved on, but try to hold other people's feet to the fire. It's total hypocrisy. It's cult behavior. Cult behavior. We're supposed to study all things, right? We're supposed to study, research all things. We're supposed to know. I like to take the names of the children of Israel and find out where are different cities, landscapes, and landmarks that are named after them. And then that helps bring the Bible to life. All right. You will have some of these names found in the Americas, but it does not mean that the America is Jerusalem. It doesn't mean that America is Zion. It doesn't mean that America is the place where these historical events happen at all whatsoever. Okay. All right, let's get back to it. All right. 18. These are the families of the children of Gad, according to those that were numbered of them, 40,500. The children of Judah were and Onan, and Onan died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Yehoiada, Judah, after their families, you have Shelah of the family of the Shelonites, Perez of the family of the Perizzites, Zerah of the family of the Zaharites, Of the son of Perez were Zeran of the family of the Hezronites, Hamuel of the family of the Hamuelites. These are the families of Judah, according to those that were numbered of them, 16,500. It's always a lot of Judahites, boy. Judah. All right. Now, if you are from the tribe of Judah, rep it. If you're from the tribe of Simeon, rep it. Gad, Reuben, Levi, rep your tribe. All right. The sons of Issachar, Yeshashakar, today will be known as the so-called Mexicans. Of Tola, the family of the Tolites. Pua, the family of the Punites. All right. Of Jeshub, the family of Jeshubites. Of Shimron, the family of the Shemarites. These are the families of Issachar according to those that were numbered them 4,300. Let me see something real quick. All right, I want to see if I can pull something off. Just bear with me. I'll try not to be too long. Now, this might not mean nothing to you, but let me show you this real quick. Share page. Guess what we're looking at? We're looking at Tula, Mexico. But it's spelled, instead of Tula, it's spelled Tulo. All right, yeah, you loving them Tula tacos, huh? I know. You're like, you loving that Mexico, Cancun? You loving that, right? Right? You loving that, right? We're looking at the same area that goes up towards Chiapas, Mexico. The same area where the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Guatemalan men and women are. So yes, Tula, going back to Issachar of the name Bible. Excuse me, of the same Bible. Right here, you have the United Snakes, right? You have the United Snakes of America, where the children of Israel were in captivity and in slavery, the tribe of Judah, and the surrounding. And whenever we fled, Negroes fled anywhere we could go into Mexico, right? Because in Mexico, you found out that the so-called Mexicans, the Issacharites, they said these are brothers. It is not lawful to enslave them. So either the U.S. was going to go to war against Mexico, which everybody remember the Alamo. It won't go well. Which America is still mad about that. You know what I'm saying? God bless America as America has blessed us. So then you have the word Tula. So I don't know what these dudes be talking about. I don't know what they be talking about. When you can go and read, and yes, the U is changed, the O is changed to a U. It's the same name, same pronunciation. Going right down into Guatemala, Belize, Honduras. This is where my grandmother was from, Honduras. Or Stella. My father's wife. And then you have, of course, Belize and Guatemala. So, these are areas, and that's why I said, I like to take these names and I like to look into them and see like who stayed in these locations, what proof can we have of the Bible? All right, the sons of Issachar and their families, Tola, of the family of the Tolites, Poa of the family of the Ponites, and Jeshub, right, of the family of the Jeshubites, of Shimron of the family of Shimronites. These are the families of Issachar, according to those that were numbered of them, 4,300. Of the sons of Zebulon. All right, so you see these northern kingdomers, man, really coming out. Zebulon. All right, Zebulon after their families. Zebulon, that's I believe Guatemala area, right? Of Sered, the Seredites. Of Elon, the Elonites. Of Jalil, of the Jalilites. These are the families of the Zebulonites, according to those that were numbered of them, 3,500 of the sons of Joseph. After their families were Manasseh and Ephraim. All right, we have the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans. All right, Boricua, all right. The sons of Manasseh, Machar, the families of Macharites of Machar, you got Gilead. Of Gilead became the family of Gileadites. These are the sons of Gilead. Jezreel, the family of the Jezreelites, Helek, the family of Helekites, and of Ashri, the family of the Asherites, and of Shechem, the family of the Shechemites. Now, I know that might sound a bit confusing, but okay, so I read this book, right? And I'll let you look into it yourself. And I'm going to say this without making a definitive statement. But I read this book that actually tells us that Jacob's daughter, right? Jacob's daughter actually married one of her brother or relatives after she was defiled. Yes, Dinah defiled after she was defiled. She actually married one of her relatives, and I'll just leave that at that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still not sure on that. I'm still not sure on that, so I'll leave it at that. All right. Shechemites. All right. Numbers chapter 26, verse 32. Of Shmida, the family of the Shmidatites. Of Heferites. Of Zepholiad, the sons of Hopher, had no sons but daughters. And the names of the daughters are Zelophehad and, were Mahlah, and Noah, Nagla, Milcah, and Tisra. And that's so funny because I was in South Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina. I was in the Carolinas recently, both North and South Carolina. And I actually seen some of these Hebrew names. I believe I've seen Tisra. These are the family of Manasseh. Here, let me see. Let me see if this was the one. Nah, never mind. So anywho, these are the families of Manasseh, and those that were numbered them 50 and 2,700. These are the sons of Apadium, Ephraim, of the families of Shetulah, the family of the Shetalites, of Becher, the family of Becherites, of Tahan, the family of Tahanites. And these are the sons of Shetulah, of Aran, the family of the Elanites. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those that were numbered of them, 30 and 2,500. These are the sons of Joseph and their families, the sons of Benjamin after their families, of Bela, the family of the Belites, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Arim, of the family of the Aramites, of Shupham, of the family of Shuphamites, of Hupham, of the family of Huphamites, and of the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman. Of Ard, the family of the Aradites, Naaman, the family of the Naamites. These are the sons of Benjamin after their families, and they were numbered of them were 40,5,600. In the book of Jasher, it says Benjamin, he had his first wife at 10 years old. Numbers chapter 26, verse 42. These are the sons of Dan after their families, of Shaham, of the family of Shahamites. These are the families of Dan after their families. All the families of the Shahamites, according to those that were numbered of them, were 4,400. Of the children of Asher after their families, of Jimnah, the families of the Jimnites, of Jeshi, Jeshi. I'm gonna say Jeshui, the family of the Jeshuites, of Berai, the family of the Berites, of the sons of Berai, Heber, and the family of the Hebenites, of Malchiel, of the family of Malchielites, and the name of the daughter of Ashar was Sarah. Verse 47, these are the families of the sons of Asher according to those that were numbered of them, who were 50 and 3,400. Of the sons of Naphtali after their families, Jezreel, the family of the Jezreelites, of Buni, the family of Bunites, of Jezir, the family of Jezreelites, of Shemiel, of the family of Shemelites. These are the families of Naphtali according to their families, and they were numbered of them were 45,400. These were numbered of the children of Israel, 600,000, and 1,730. And Yahweh spake unto Mashah, saying, unto these the land shall be divided for an inheritance according to the number of names. So this is also where you get where people say, well, did not the Lord divide the land by the numbers of the children of Israel? Yes, he did. All right. To many thou shalt give more inheritance, and to a few thou shalt give less inheritance. To every one shall his inheritance be given according to those that were numbered of him. Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot. According to the names of the tribes of their fathers shall they inherit. According to the lot of their possession, therefore, be divided between many and few. And these are they that were numbered of the Levites, the family of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites, Kohath, the family of Kohathites, Merari, the family of the Merarites. These are the families of the Levites, the families of the Livinites, the family of the Hebronites, the family of the Mahalites, the family of the Mushlites, the family of the Kohathites, and Kohath begat Adam. Verse 59, and the name of Adam's wife was Jochebed. So does everybody see? Hopefully you've seen it was a reverse. All right, it was a verse chronological tree. So we're now at Amram and Jochebed, which pop quiz. Who is the father? Well, never mind. Moses. All right, Moses is the son of Amram and Jochebed. If you want to know more about Amram and Jochebed, always I'll tell you, read Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, and then also you can get a lot of them in the book of Jasher too. All right. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who her mother bare to Levi in Egypt. And she bare unto Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam, their sister. And unto Aaron was born Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, and Nadab and Abihu died when they offered strange fire before Yahweh. So I know that sounds kind of crazy too, but you know, they were offering the sacrifices. When the temple of Yahweh was first being inaugurated, what the sons of Aaron did was they were the original priest that was in Egypt. So since they were the priests that were in Egypt, they knew how to do the sacrifices of Egypt. They knew how to do the sacrifice of the priest of Egypt. And that's exactly what they did. They did the sacrifices of the priest in Egypt. And what they did was they caused, what they did was they had caused the Most High to become very angry. So you can't take one thing from, you know, an Egyptian culture and try to dedicate it to God. From any culture, try to dedicate it to God. It just won't work like that. Yahweh doesn't want it. So when it came time to do his sacrifices, the Most High most certainly didn't want the Egyptian sacrifices of the Egyptian. Hey, let's pull this up real quick. It's one of my favorite images I like. So there's so many, but you know, this is one that I like. Egyptian God Pantheon. So this is a website that I like to use, all right? And I just my own little creativity, you know, which leads me to where it leads me. And, you know, this is the Egyptian God family tree. And the reason why I like this is because the way it's laid out. First and above all, you have the great chaos, right? The great chaos is the Apep, right? The Apep, the great chaos, the serpent, the great abyss, whatever. But at the very top of it, you have Noah. In the Egyptian pantheon God, you have the very top of all of them, which was a man who was saved in an ark and a raft with his 8 family members, which is Noah. So that's pretty dope. All right. So when it comes to Apis the bull, all right, you know, Apis the bull definitely, in no way, shape, or form, should have been worshipped as a deity. But you know, we were coming out of captivity. We were still kind of mixed up. You see this dotted line? It has a separated line, or we call it a perforated line. If it has a perforated line and it comes down to one of these false Egyptian gods, this means that they were brought into conception by putting sperm inside of lettuce. Yes, you heard me, sperm inside of lettuce. That's what it's called, okay? So, tainted lettuce. All right, so here, I'll save this and I'll share it with you all. So if you all want to look at it yourself, you know what I'm saying, maybe you go a little bit further, have fun with it. I just like it because not only the way it looks, but because it's just one of my other things. So let's get back to this Torah portion. Boom. Numbers chapter 26, verse 62. And those that were numbered of them were 20 and 3,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the children of Israel, because there was no inheritance given among them, among the children of Israel. These are they that were numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. But among these there was not a man of them whom Moses and Aaron the priest numbered, when they numbered the children of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For Yahweh has said unto them, they shall surely die in the wilderness. And there was not left a man of them, save Caleb and Jephunneh, the son of, and Joshua, the son of Nun. All right, repeat after me, please. Kal Asherah, the body Yahweh, Na'aisha, Wanashemai. All that the Lord has said, will we do and hear. And what we just read was the chronology and the family tree of the children of Israel after the Most High had already wiped out the first generation. The first generation of Israelites, he didn't let leave the wilderness. So we just did a new head count, and for the ones who were to go to war in the future. So if you want to learn more about Israelites and war in our community here, camps, etc., stuff. Here go Tula once again, which I just, it's so easy to see people like, oh, they don't believe Mexicans are Israelites. I mean, you just got your own stupid racist biasness. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you Negroes weren't around when the so-called Issacharites and the Guatemalans, etc., when they did these, same Numbers chapter 26 chronologies. They weren't around when these things happened, but they like to speak against it, which makes no sense to me. That's completely childish. All right, let's get back to this real quick. So I was about to pull up something in the Torah portion of Numbers, but I got so many windows open, so much stuff I want to share. Shut this down. Police finally gave the world's worst mother a reality check. That's what it's doing. Let's go ahead and close this out. That should save some space. And Tula, I think I pretty much showed Tula, one of the sons of Issachar. And how did the Most High also show me that? So there's an Ak that I used to minister with, and and I pray if we see each other again that things will be what they are. But his name is Latash Azan Sa'an. So Latash Azan Sa'an and I, we were in boot camp together. So Latash Azan Sa'an, and we were in real Israelite boot camp, not this new stuff. Yeah, it's cool, niggas to teach you how to make fire, but I ain't gonna stunt. I know how to make fire. I know how to sleep outside. The Israelite boot camp that I went to was a spiritual Israelite boot camp, to where you had to go through spiritual tests and trials, and you had to go through spiritual things, to test your fortitude of your walk. Not just doing push-ups and staying up all night. Nigga, I stay up all night all the time. I was like, oh yeah, okay. That's what we doing? Oh, we don't eat one meal a day? Oh, okay. But what about the scripture though? There's no spiritual in the so-called boot camp. But the one with Zaquan, the Zaquanim of the past, that was a real spiritual boot camp. All right. It was a very trying spiritual boot camp. So Latash Azan Sa'an was one of the men. His name was Latash Azan Sa'an. He named himself after the sons of Issachar. He went down the name of the sons of Issachar, and he researched Issachar's sons. He says, I'm a son of Issachar. And it was beautiful. So just like those locations, those names are still there. So that's good for everybody to pick up and do, and that's how we came across that. So Numbers chapter 27, verse 1. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hafner, the son of Gilead, the son of Machior, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And these are the names of the daughters of Mahalah, Mahalah, Noah, Hagalah, Milcah, and Tisra. And these stood before Moses and before the elders, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the prince and all the congregation by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, now, real quick, before we get into this, every woman who has a husband belongs to her husband. Her inheritance belongs to her husband. There's a lot of greedy, selfish women out here who really think that, I don't care if you want to call it pimping or you want to call it what. I think that you wicked, you stupid, and you carnal if you call polygyny or even consider, righteous polygyny to fit into the category of pimping. If you see something like, what one person was doing, and you have some very angry women who they spent their lives sharing their quabah to other men. They've spent their lives sharing their oral paralysis. And then when it comes to righteous biblical marriage, they want to speak against that. It makes no sense to me. The inheritance of the woman goes to her husband. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. Now, it doesn't make sense for a man to be a roaring lion in his own house, as the scripture says. Not to be a roaring lion in her own house. All right. So it also makes no sense for women to be rebellious. It makes none. Here's a beautiful example of women that were inheritors of their father's estates. And they were trying to figure out how to protect their inheritance so that, one, it wouldn't just get taken over, just given out to anybody, you know, and then two, after they get married, who will their inheritance go to? This is so crazy because the Bible teaches us exactly how biblical marriages and relationships are supposed to be, and it's literally you black people that mess it all up. It literally is, man. It's y'all, man. I'm gonna blame you blacks, man. You African American, you Negroes, y'all something else, man. As being the children of Israel and knowing what these laws say and how these laws tell us to operate as a people and how, you know what I'm saying, it's crazy, man. It's like everybody could be in a better state, but they choose not to for their own selfish reasons, man. And it might help one, and it might cause, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of, you know what I'm saying, discomfort on another. But anyway, let's read on, man. Numbers chapter 27, verse 2. And they stood before Moses and before Eleazar the priest and before the princes of all the congregations by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, now if what's the name, not Eleazar, but Deacon from Sakari. Now, if his wife would have did this in her presentation, that might have been better. You know what I'm saying? Than a 19-part story, which is just, I don't know, man. But this is what these women did. Verse 3. Our father died in the wilderness and was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against Yahweh in the company of Korah, but died in his own sin and had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family? Because he hath no son. Give us therefore a possession amongst the brethren of our father. And Moses brought the cause before Yahweh, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, the daughters of Zelophehad speak right. Thou shalt surely give them possession of an inheritance among their brethren, their father's brethren, and thou shalt cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. And if you have no daughter, ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if you have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance to his father's brethren, uncles. And if his father have no brethren, you shall give the inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family. And he shall possess it, and it shall be unto the children of Israel statute of a judgment, as Yahweh commanded Moses. And this breaks my heart because I was robbed of my father. When my father died, my biological family robbed me of his inheritance. We received a couple, but we was robbed of our inheritance, and then we was threatened. And it's just been a constant pattern. It's just been a constant pattern, man. But the law is real. The law is right. Numbers chapter 27, verse 12. And Yahweh said unto Mashah, get thee up to Mount Abram, and see the land which I give unto the children of Yasharallah. And when thou hast seen it, thou also shalt be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron was gathered. So Mashah goes through all these things for us. 40 years in the wilderness, 40 years of him dealing with Israelites that was just rebellious, back talking, not helpful. That is the worst thing, to have a not helpful person right next to you. Like we right here, you're not gonna help. That's the worst. So 40 years of that, and now finally it's time for him to go to his rest. Now finally it's time for Moses to get to his rest. And that just might be, you know what I'm saying? Salute to our family, our brother Kamayashah. He was recently called home by the Most High. And salute to his family, his ribs, his children, his Amma, Bishop, of course. These families just, had their own Moses gathered up. They just had their own Moses gathered up. And Qatar is was a very beautiful brother, man, helpful to his friends and family. You know, very knowledgeable too. Numbers were very gifted, gifted. I remember the first time I seen him on keyboard, I was like, oh my goodness, I think I cried. I definitely cried. Numbers chapter 27, verse 14. For ye rebelled against my commandment in the desert of Zin, in the strife of the congregation, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes. This is the water of Meribah and Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. So Masha is now being told, you will not make it into this land. You can see it, but you got upset and you spoke too harshly. You said, must we give you water to drink? Instead of saying, must Yahweh give you water to drink? And instead of touching the rock, you also smote it. You hit it. I think you might have hit it too hard, maybe too many times. So because you lost your temper, Moses, you ain't making it in. I'll let you see the land, but come on up. Cold game, huh? Numbers 27:16. And Yahweh, then let Yahweh, the God of the spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation. This is what Masha is asking. And I remember I asked this once the peers of my past, once they had a problem with me because a woman lied on me and she slandered me and my family's name. I mean, just Leviticus 19, she just went terrible and she just didn't keep her covenant. All these things that are biblical are all wrapped up. Once that happened, I actually asked the officers' council the same thing. I don't even want to call them that. I asked the council of my peers the same thing. I said, let Yahweh, the God of our higher spirits, of all flesh, set a man over the congregation. And I was actually there. You know how crazy that is? I was denied teachers to help teach the congregation. That's just wicked, man. So yeah, that was good old House of David and Mashar Yashala Officers Council, in that faultiness. So Numbers chapter 27, verse 16 and 17, which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in. That's the congregation of Yahweh. Be not sheep that have no shepherd. And Yahweh said unto Masha Moses, take Joshua the son of Nun, a man whom is the Spirit, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay thy hand upon him, and set before him Eleazar a priest, and before all the congregation to give him charge in their sight. And thou shalt put some of thine honor upon him, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of the Urim before Yahweh. So before the judgment of the Urim and the Thummim, whenever we gave our prayers to Yahweh, what he would do is he would give answers back. So we had the Urim and the Thummim, the 2 shoulder breastplates, and then we had the 12 breastplates that were in the middle that would shine out and also give an answer. All right. So, and Masha, here we go. Where we at? And let's go back to it. Numbers 27. And let me see. Numbers chapter 27, verse 20. And thou shalt put some of thine honor upon him, and all the congregation of the glory of the children of Israel may be obedient. And he said, stand over Eleazar, stand before Eleazar, the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of the Urim before Yahweh. At his word they shall they go out, and at his word shall they come in, both he and the children with him, even all the congregation. And Masha Moses did as Yahweh commanded him, and he took Joshua and set him before Eleazar the priest, and set him before all the congregation. And he laid hands upon him and gave him charge as Yahweh commanded him by the hands of Masha. Hallelujah. Repeat after me. Kala Shara, the body Yahweh, Na Aisha, wa Na Shemai. All that the Lord has said, will we do and hear. Excellent. Numbers chapter 28, verse 1. And Yahweh spake unto Masha, saying, command the children of Israel, and say unto them, my offering and my bread and my sacrifices made by fire for a sweet savor unto me shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due seasons. And thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto Yahweh, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The 1 lamb shall thou offer in the morning, and the other lamb shall thou offer at evening. The 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of an hin beaten oil. Verse 6, it is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And the drink offering thereof shall be the 4th part of an hin for the 1 lamb. In the holy place thou shalt cause the strong wine to be poured unto the Lord for drink offering. And the lamb, the other lamb, Numbers chapter 28, verse 8, and the other lamb thou shalt thou offer at even, as a meat offering of the morning, and as a drink offering thereof thou shalt offer it, sacrifice made by fire as a sweet savor unto Yahweh. We got so many things right here. First of all, the Lord is not a vegan, so scratch all that God is a vegan talk and Israelites are supposed to be vegan. People giving away their fringes because they don't believe we're supposed to wear fringes. Give it to me. I'll give it to me. Y'all don't want y'all fringes? Y'all don't want to eat lamb? Give it to me and my family. So all this talk about, you know what I'm saying, God being a vegan, vegetarian, all this other stuff, and these things don't matter. The Shabbat is important to Yahweh forever, and so are his ordinances. So are his ordinances that he told us to not only make his sacrifices by, but how he told us to keep them. Now, I asked my rib the other day, I said, what's the next holy day coming up? I think she said the Day of Atonement. So the Day of Atonement is a very long day. We should start off fasting and preparing now. All right. And the Sabbath day, 2 lambs of the first year without spot. So on the Sabbath day, today, we would offer 2 lambs, right? Without spot, without blemish. You got niggas out working on the Sabbath, making a total mockery of themselves and of their religion. And we don't have lambs to offer. Can you at least offer yourself? Can you at least offer your time? Can you offer your children? Can you offer your children time? Or maybe too busy. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the beginning of your months, which is the new moon, ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh of 2 bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot. So yes, we did and do eat beef. You know why? Because on new moon, and somebody presented this to me, at the beginning of your months, you shall offer a burnt offering to Yahweh of 2 bullocks. So we do eat beef. We do eat hamburger. You know what I'm saying? We do eat steak. We do eat ribs, beef. Because once the offering was given, the Levite and their household, including Gentiles that the Levites owned, had to eat them. It's so crazy how these dudes are so unlearned and they talking so much. But I guess that's what happens. And 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot. Now, if you remember, it was not illegal. It was not legal for Israelites to own other Israelites in captivity. But the Most High said our servants will be of the Gentiles around about us, and therefore the Levites owned Gentiles who helped them in their ministry, and the Gentiles were fed by the table of the Levites, who their only job was to do sacrifices. So whatever sacrifice they did, the Gentiles ate them from under their table. Not under their table, but from off of their table. You know what I'm saying? Ate with them. So a lot of these people are really unlearned, and they sound stupid when they're talking. You know what I'm saying? I look forward to their end. I look forward to their demise. I look forward to their end of their chatter, or their calamity. But I'm definitely not discouraged from teaching. I'm actually more turned up because it's like the quieter I get, the louder the stupid voices get. And it's like, I don't know. I don't have a problem with speaking up. I can't speak up all the time as I used to be able to. So, wise man holds his tongue, right? Numbers chapter 28, verse 13. And the several tenth deal of flour mingled with oil, a meat offering unto 1 lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. So yes, once again, you are not going to find to where, the Most High did not accept sacrifices. He accepted human sacrifices. He accepted flesh sacrifices. All right. And then when we look at the concept, the reality that the Most High destroyed many for being disobedient, whether you like it or not, that is human sacrifice. All right. The Most High had to send out, or had to allow it to be sent out that the men of Levi had to go out and run and pray and have incense. So the Most High had to make let a man stab another man through. Quail ribs, dove ribs, deer ribs, chicken, turkey, lamb. All of the above, Adawan, all of the above. I like that. Quail ribs, those, I can imagine quail ribs being like, you know what I'm saying? And salute to our brother Joshua Isaac, which was the first one out of our community to, I know, have a quail farm. And then we got another brother I know, he actually sells his quails and he sells his eggs. If anybody likes quail eggs, you know, I know a brother in Dayton, Ohio that sells quail eggs. He has a very beautiful farm. So, but yeah, quail ribs, dove ribs, deer ribs. I ain't never had deer ribs yet. I want to have deer ribs. I've had turkey ribs, and rib, lamb, goat rib. Yeah, so all of that, God is a vegan. These niggas is lying. I'm sorry for saying it like that, but these cats are saying stuff that just ain't true. The Most High is a vegan. But let's get back to this. That's a small thing. All right, so we're at the book of Numbers, chapter 28, and we're almost done with this week's Torah portion, going through the law portion. So salute to everybody who hung in there. For those who came out and went back in, welcome back. All right, y'all know we'll still be rocking, you know what I'm saying? This ain't church, man. We don't do this for show. We do this for show. I mean, it's a passion for reading the word. All right, so let's finish reading the sacrifice and the offerings that we brought to our God, including on new moon, right? So yes, we did eat beef. Numbers chapter 28, verse 13, and a several tenth deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering. So we see the cornbread right there, unto one lamb for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And their drink offerings shall be half a hin of wine unto a bullock, half a hin of wine unto one bullock, and the third part of a hin unto a ram, and the fourth part of hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering for every month throughout the months of the year. On new moon, we ate beef. Listen, I gotta say that for myself because I don't like to eat beef. I don't like the texture of beef. I don't like the taste of beef. I don't like it whenever I eat beef that it actually makes my bowels. I can smell beef. You know, when I burp, I can smell it. When I pass gas, I can smell it. Like, I like to have if I can, a clean smelling body. When I get musty, like, my underarms will smell like what I'm eating. Like, if I smoke cannabis, my underarms will smell like cannabis. If I eat onions, my underarms will smell like onions. If I eat chicken, it's like, dang, why you smell? I don't know what that. I mean, I guess I have a good, healthy, purifying system. My body cleans stuff out. But the point of saying such is to say, you know, for those Hebrew veganites, and for those that are lying on the Bible, just flat out, you know, Numbers chapter 28, verse 14, you know what I'm saying? Once a month, every month, like the brother put up there, you know what I'm saying? We got those ribs, we got those quail ribs, dove ribs, deer ribs, turkey ribs, lamb ribs, goat ribs. I never even thought about it like that. Never even thought about it like that. So, yeah, that would have been a portion of the Gentiles as the Gentiles were living amongst us. And as while they were eating off of us, they would have been eating those good meals like we were eating those good, healthy meals. That's so much. OMG, we're looking at. You're looking at 193. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, that's pretty dope. Hey, bring it out then. So do your thing, King. I'm gonna keep reading, and you put out what you see. That's fire. That's beautiful. And their drink offerings, Numbers chapter 28, verse 14. And their drink offerings shall be half a hin of wine unto a bullock, even how much wine, right? And the third part of the hin unto a ram, and the fourth part of the hin unto the lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month. So new moon throughout the months of the year, once a month. So if anybody want to talk about new moon, please let me hear your side. I'll tell you my side. I believe new moon is the dark phase moon. I believe it's dark phase going into waxing crescent. All right. So that's to know the time frame of when we did it. All right, verse 15. And one of the kids of the goats for a sin offering unto Yahweh shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering and his drink offerings. All right, so the bloody city, the bloody priests. All right, we always had our hands full of blood. All right, Numbers chapter 28, verse 16. And in Juneteenth, And in the 14th day of the month is the Passover of Yahweh, not Juneteenth. The 14th day of the month is Passover, not 4th of July. And even though I got love for our Mardi Gras Benjamites, not Benjamites, even though we got, I'm cool on Benjamin. I'm cool. Certain ones, I'm cool on them. Certain things, you know what I'm saying? But other things, I learned by inspiration, by experience. Like, oh wow, that's really good. Okay, don't ever do that again. Or that's a good one. Do that again. So we see our Reubenites. I got Indian in my family. Flag Boy Giz. So y'all know I listen to this type of Gadite music, but I also listen to this type of Gadite music. Let me play this for y'all real quick. We'll get back to the Torah portion. I'm gonna pause that. The song that we're listening to right now is called Kevin Yazzie. Kevin Yazzie is his name, but the name of the actual song, what is this? Good Charity. Yeah, the name of the song is Charity. And check this out, man, real quick. I'm going to go there. All right, Negro Indians doing it big in the music. Right. I kind of want to skip this part because I don't want y'all to. I don't want it to get flagged. I think you can only play certain parts of it. All right. Now, granted, he says Mardi Gras in this song. You know what I'm saying? Passover. All right. He said, I ain't tell him he ain't have enough on. I told him you look naked. I'm a whole puck legend. Man, he uses so many, I'm going to say Reubenite, Gadite, so many Indian and Negro phrases and terminology. And I had to listen to this thing like 18 times. And then I went and started researching his other music. Like, this boy, he's on to something. This brother's really on to something. He's doing Israelite music from the Indian perspective. Yeah, that make me happy too. When I'm outside with the fringes on, I got my hatchet, looking for other Apaches, looking for other, bro, killing it, man. I don't listen to what they listen to. We outside. All right, so let's get back to this. So, yeah, we outside. Here, let me go ahead and get that and give it to you so you don't gotta. Matter of fact, here, let's do this. Check out this one, all right? I think y'all like this one better. So you get to see who it is that you actually listen to. Flag Boy Giz. All right, you'll learn more about the whole Flag Boy culture. It's like if I wore the government flag of Yasharala around my waist, which it is one of my garments, you know what I'm saying? Here goes some more work. Look at that beautiful garment. Flag Boy Giz, man. Look at that, man. And you got Negroes that don't. I wish I would. Why don't y'all know? That's how I dress. And I'm just, I just. But anywho, he reminds me of Zephaniah, Big Judah, man. Look at the beautiful garments, man. Look at that, man. Y'all can't get past that, man. Kwame Yasharal, and they rocking too. All right, so back to the Torah portion and the reading thereof. Back to the Torah portion and reading thereof. All right, let's go to the book of Numbers. Here, see if I can show y'all this. So here goes some images of Flag Boy Giz. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Benjamin, the tribe of Dan, the tribe of Gad, all of these Negroes is on the rise, man. And it does have to do with the Israelite community. It does have to do with the Israelite movement. You know, these beautiful attire, these beautiful feathers, man. I mean, ooh. I thought that was instrumental. I was about to get that one. Okay. Zulu Kiki. Fringed up. We outside. Okay, let's get back to the Torah portion reading. All right. We are at the book of Numbers, chapter 28. We got 2 more chapters go until we finish the actual Torah portion reading. Numbers chapter 28, verse 17. And not on Juneteenth, but the 15th day of the month is the feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. So we have the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We have Pesach, right? And the first day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no manner of servile work therein. So we know as soon as the feast of unleavened bread comes in, is the same time that the Pesach, the Passover, is ending, right? So we're not doing Mardi Gras, we're doing Pesach, all right? Now, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I ain't coming against, you know what I'm saying, certain stuff, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that, you know, our culture is we should be teaching the Levitical holy days, and the Indian Negroes that are actually still in those southern areas, they still have days they consider to be holy convocations too. But it would be doper if those holy convocations were actually intertwined with the biblical ones. You know what I'm saying? Like if they were intertwined with the biblical holy convocations, then that would be like more, you know what I'm saying, more culturally adept to everybody. But we're all starting off, all right? So I'm not knocking. All right, so the Most High says on the Day of Atonement, on the Day of Feast of Unleavened Bread, and also on the Passover, he says, you should do no servile work therein. So we know that servile work is employed payment. And you got niggas to this day, they on a slave ship right now. You got women to this day, right? Indians. You got Indian niggas on this day. I keep on to this day, they go and slave and they give their life away to the white man for paper, and they only hold the paper for a little bit and still in an impoverished position. So you still impoverished and you breaking the Shabbat. It ain't like you impoverished and you actually coming up. But what good is it for a man to gain the world and lose his only soul and lose his soul? So, you know, but Numbers chapter 28, verse 19. But ye shall offer sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto Yahweh 2 bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. Verse 20. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals shall ye offer for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram. And several 10 deals thou shalt offer for every lamb throughout the 7 lambs. And 1 goat for a sin offering to make atonement for you. And ye shall offer these besides the burnt offering in the morning, which is the continual burnt offering. And which is so bad, you know, because we don't have anybody do those offerings for us no more, not on earth. But it's even better because we have one greater in heaven, Yahweh Shai, doing these sacrifices for us. He's our high priest now. Numbers 28, verse 24. After this manner, ye shall offer daily throughout the 7 days the meat of the sacrifice made by fire of the sweet savor unto Yahweh. It shall be offered besides continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And on the 7th day, wait a minute. Is this a verse that directly shows us when the Sabbath is? It absolutely is. We didn't go off of count new moon and then you got 6 days and then you had the Sabbath. Now your Sabbath is everywhere around the. We didn't do that. I mean, I guess we could say we did. I guess you could say we did. The lunar Sabbath, lunar Sabbatarians. The Shabbat day, the Sabbath day, has been proven to be the Sabbath in every language I can think of in the world. How many languages does the word Sabbath mean Saturday or rest? Let's do these right here. Over 150 languages, the word Saturday translates or is derived from Shabbat. The word ultimately traces back to the biblical verb Shabbat, which literally means to rest or to cease. Examples of languages where Saturday means Shabbat include Spanish, Sabido, Italian, Sabato, French, Samedi, German, Samtag, Russian, Subuto, and in Arabic, Asbat, Indonesian, Sabtu. We're not making stuff up. And it's ridiculous how these things are right here in the Bible, but because there's certain elders who are maybe, you know, whatever they feel, they're able to say the opposite. And the 7th day, ye shall have a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. The first part of it is the 7th day, which is today, which is the Shabbat. The second part is a holy convocation. It means it's a set apart and everybody's supposed to gather together. Niggas don't want to do that. And I pray how it put me to where people do or where I want to be around the Israelite community who loves her. And then people who, like, I don't want them to even, I hate fakeness, man. Because I would travel burning sands and do things that other people just blatantly wouldn't do. The seventh day, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work. Also, in the first day of first fruits. Let me go here real quick to the Sabbath day, real quick, seventh day. We have Shabbayah, 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 and it means, oh, Shabbayah. Oh, okay, seventh, okay. Ordinal number, seventh time. Yeah, it literally means seven. Shabbai. All right. Numbers chapter 28, verse 27. But ye shall offer a burnt offering of sweet savor unto Yahweh, 2 bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year, and their meat offering of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto 1 bullock, and 2/10 deals unto 1 ram, a several tenth deal unto a lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats to make an atonement for you, which is so perfect because we have the Day of Atonement coming up, our next major, besides full moon, which we just came out of. We are currently in waning gibbous. So the moon is decreasing in her light, and pretty soon we will be in waning crescent. When you get to waning crescent, that's when you want to start looking for new moon. How many days until interlunium, new moon? That's not what I said. Until next new moon. Now, I'm just going to put in new moon. All right, 10 days. Now, okay, so the reason why I said that is because I know for me personally, I watch the moon. I watch the lunar phases. And as I watch the moon this year, this month, go out of full moon, because the Most High allowed me to be able to see around the 15th, 14th day. As I watched her go out of full moon, there was a brother hit me up. He was like, hey, I think it's full moon. And he had said that to me a couple days after I had already acknowledged new moon. Now, I know that the lunar phases only last a day to a day and a half. Each phase is only fixed for a day to a day to 2 days. All right, transitioning each pose. So when he said that, I already knew that we were in waxing gibbous. So I asked this question to YouTube or Google right now, you know, how many days until new moon? And it looks like we got 10 days. About 10 days, we will be in what's called a covered moon or interlunar moon or a dark moon, okay? So about 10 days. So keep track of that because it's a holy convocation. You might need to schedule a time off. You know, some of you people who actually care, you know what I'm saying? You might be like, oh, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I've been working on the Sabbath. You know, God ain't killed me yet, whatever. You know, I mean, that's for you, but it's not for me. It's for me to tell people, hey, look, we're not supposed to be doing that. You know, make sure that if you are working on the Shabbat, that you at least tell these people that you can't be there, you know. You know, so a lot. Throw out, and I appreciate that because you rocking, man. You there. You there, you in it. So I appreciate that. So let's while you're here, let's keep you into it and let's finish reading the Torah to you, all right? And we'll finish this up with the Kal HaShirah, all right? Numbers chapter 28, verse 28, and their meat offerings of flour mingled with oil. So we see the meat offering are also called nam bread, or unleavened bread, right? With 3/10 deal unto 1 bullock and 2/10 deal unto 1 ram, a several tenth deal unto 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and one kid of the goats to make an atonement for you, and ye shall offer them besides continual burnt offering and his meat offering. They shall be unto you without blemish, and their drink offerings. Repeat after me, please. Kal Asherah, the body Yahweh, Na Aisha, Wa Na Shemai. All that Yahweh said, what we do and hear. Numbers chapter 29, verse Akkad. And if you remember, we are finishing this week's Torah portion, reading of the law off at Numbers chapter 30, stopping at verse 1. After this, I want to play a small video that's only for 1 hour. It's only a 1 hour. I'm tripping. It's only a 1 minute and 52 second video. It's not 1 hour. It's 1 minute and 52 second video. It's an animated video of the 4th of July speech. All right. It's only 1 minute, 52 seconds. You can hang in there. All right. So let's finish this Torah portion reading up. We're in the book of Numbers, chapter 29, verse 1. Please try to remember everything that you learned. We've seen how Balaam came into play, how Balak was a hater, how the children of Israel were stalked, preyed upon, prayed against, then prayed for. There's a lot of details in there, and it's so beautiful. When you look at Balaam, the wisdom that Balaam had, he had knowledge of good and he had knowledge of evil, and he knew how to operate in both parts. When he seen the angel of the Lord, when his donkey was speaking, he knew that he was speaking to the angel of the Lord, which is Yahweh Shai. And he also repented immediately for what he did wrong. And the crazy part about it is, even after Balaam repented, he still went forward in trying to curse us. His whole plan was to be in the children of Israel's lives just to be a hater. And I'm accepting my haters as being pawns that Yahweh put in my life, especially for unjust cause. If it seems unjust and I haven't done anything unjustly, seemingly, not to my acknowledged forefront. See, in order for you to be a deceiver, you have to have the intention of doing that. You have the foreseeable knowledge that you're going to intentionally deceive. So if it doesn't happen like that, if it's not happening like that, then these are things to take consideration. So for me, I see Balaam and modern day Balaams and modern day Judas Iscariots. I see modern day Jezebels. I see modern day Vashtis. I see modern day what the Bible says are these type of peoples, and I can't not unsee them because they've done exactly what the scripture says. Modern day rulers, modern day Judases. Numbers chapter 29, verse 1. And in the 7th month, in the 1st day, ye shall have a holy convocation. You should do no servile work. It is a day of blowing the trumpets unto you. Ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs in the 1st year without blemish. Please go and buy your shofar online. Buy a shofar. If you can buy a bottle of alcohol, buy a shofar. If you can buy rims for your car, if you can buy these new shoes, new clothes, if you can buy this, you're sending money to your secret admirers. You're sharing your finances with people who are not even your husband. God gonna judge you for that. You're gonna curse you for that. God gonna curse you. And you women that's taking away from your families and giving away to other sources and doing it secretly, like the Lord ain't gonna expose you, y'all get in trouble for that. Invest your money in buying a trumpet or a shofar and then make it your own, design it, decorate it, and hold on to that, because these chariots are coming and these trumpets are blowing from the sky as we speak. Verse 2. And ye shall offer a burnt offering of sweet savor to Yahweh, 1 young bullock of ram and 7 lambs of the 1st year without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. There's that unleavened bread, that non-bread, corn bread. 3/10 deals for a bullock and 2/10 deals for a ram. 1/10 deal for 1 lamb throughout their 7 lambs. So when it's saying the deal, it's a measurement. It's a portion that you measure out in your hand whenever you're serving your unleavened bread to be cooked up. So a tenth of a deal, 2/10 of a deal, an omer, these are measurements. The Most High says, don't make the unleavened bread too much. Don't make it too little. Make it just right. Here's the ingredients. Numbers chapter 29, verse 5. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering to make atonement for you. So we're seeing this atonement real heavy. Besides the burnt offering of the month and the meat offering and the daily burnt offering and this meat offering and their drink offering, according to their manner for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. I'm thinking tithing. Now, this might not stand out to you, but I believe in tithing. I believe in alms. I believe in, if I have 10%, if I put it to the side, it'll be able to be used for another cause greater than myself. And Yahweh commanded us to do that. So I am a tither. I am a faithful tither. I try to be. And I believe the more the Most High increase me, the more I love to tithe, But I have to remember to tithe when I also have a little bit too. I have to learn how to be a better steward of when he gives me a little bit to tithe with. Point of saying such as to say, I'm hearing that Yashar Aliyah, outside from what we've had taken away from us, really need to get into a mental, spiritual place of putting together and getting ready for not only his feast days, but our regular days with him. Our unregular days with him. So whether that is, thank you, Yahweh, he blessed us. We have food stamps. That's a blessing. How can I take those food stamps and use those for ministry? I don't know. This is how I'm thinking. This is how I'm thinking. Numbers chapter 29, verse 7. And ye shall have 1/10 day of 7. And ye shall have on the 10th day of the 7th month a holy convocation, and ye shall inflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein. This is the day of atonement. This is a hard day. This is a day where we all cry, pray, fast. Don't drink no water. You don't eat no food. And I think kind of the same questions come up every year, excuse me. Well, what if I have a medical condition? Well, I would say consult Yahweh and consult your medical physician. Above all, I would say try not to eat, try not to drink. Make it through one day of fasting, because sometimes we even forget to eat and drink a whole day and won't even think about it. But fasting with purpose, fasting with intention, it changes things. So follow the Day of Atonement and fast for Yahweh, because your fasting, your sacrifice, your pain, your sorrow, these are an offering to Yahweh. Numbers chapter 29, verse 9, and their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to one ram, and several 10th deals for one lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and a continual burnt offering, and a meat offering of it, and their drink offering. So Yahweh is compiling more statutes on top of what we already do. So he told us, he said, on a Shabbat, this is what you have to offer. At daytime, you offer this. When the sun is going down, you offer this. This is how much bread you get with it. This is how much wine you get with it. Oh, also on a new moon, you do this for the new moon, and you still incorporate what you do for the Sabbath, and you incorporate what you do for the, maybe not the Sabbath, and you still incorporate what you do for your daily sacrifices, right? So on these feast days, he's telling us what to offer to him, how much, right? And when, right? So Numbers chapter 29, verse 13 again, and I hope you all make it through this. Numbers chapter 29, 13, and ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year, they shall be without blemish. Verse 14, and their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deal unto every bullock of the 13 bullocks, and 2/10 deals, 2 deals of the 2 rams, and the several 10th deal for each lamb of 14 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the second day ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs for the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to the number after their manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, besides continual burnt offering and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. Now here's our pill crow. So watch for the switch up, okay? Switch up, switch up, switch up, right? So Numbers chapter 29, verse 20. And on the third day, 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after their manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, and besides the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 4th day, 10 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, their meat offering and their drink offering for the bullocks of the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, besides continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 5th day, 9 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offering, and for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 6th day, 8 bullocks, 2 rams. This, this reminds you of, right? On the 1st day of, on the 2nd day of, on the 3rd day of, on the 5th day of unleavened bread. Yahweh told to us 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings of the bullocks, for the rams of the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. I did terrible in that. And the goat. Here, let me pause this real quick because I love it. Amen. I love it. Hallelujah. That's beautiful. All right. 31. I'm gonna play that again, but I just want to try this real quick. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. Verse 32. On the 7th day unleavened bread, Yahweh said, bring to him 7 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. On the 8th day of unleavened bread, Yahweh said, have a holy assembly, and ye shall do no servile work, but ye shall offer burnt offerings of sacrifice made by fire. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't on the first day of Christmas. It's on all the days of unleavened bread, what Yahweh said to bring to him. Numbers chapter 29, verse 32. On the 7th day, 7 bullocks, 2 rams, the first on the 14th day of and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, which is their bread, and their drink offering for the bullocks of the rams and the lambs shall be according to the number after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. So this burnt offering was burnt completely alive, and then we had the escape with a sin offering. All right. On the 8th day of unleavened bread, 8th day you shall have a solemn assembly. You shall do no servile work therein. How beautiful is that? That the Most High actually tells us not to slave ourselves, and you got niggas that want to slave themselves. You a slave for the white man while you talking bad about brothers who is a slave for Christ helping the white man. One of these coons is worse than the other. Numbers chapter 29, verse 36. But you shall have a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without blemish, their meat offering, their drink offering for the bullocks, for the ram, and for the lambs shall be according to their number after the manner. Verse 38. And the goats for a sin offering,
besides the continual burnt offering and his meat offering and his drink offering. These things shall ye do unto Yahweh in your set feast, besides your vows and your freewill offerings, for your burnt offerings and your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Mashah told the children of Israel according to all Yahweh has commanded. Repeat after me. Kol Asherah, the body Yahweh, Na'isha, wa Nashamai, all that Yahweh has said, when we do and hear. Hallelujah. Numbers chapter 30 and verse 1, and this stops this week's Torah portion pertaining to the law. And Mashah spake to the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, this is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Ba'asham, Hamashayach, Yahweh Shai, the water for TORAH. Thank you for the time frame of standing and reading as our custom is. Thank you for the remembrance and the reminder of your word that you put inside of your children and throughout all Aratzah. That you put out throughout all the world. Please allow your word to do as you said and not come back void. All right. Most High, please bless those who bless us, and please curse those who curse us. Ba'asham Hamashiach Yahweh Shai, the water from Yad. Amen. All right, let's do this real quick. I want to encourage everybody real quick. If you hold yourself to a standard, and your standard is, con. Yeah. No, you know what? I definitely could see that. Would probably sound Indonesian or Thai. I could definitely see that, especially, with hearing the way our brothers and our families in India speak, you know what I'm saying? So I can definitely see that. I'll be sick if we had a light show for Pesach class. So, heard. All right, so last part, two parts more, is we have the prophet portion and we have the gospel portion. I want to read this, but I actually kind of want to come back to it. But it's so powerful that I want to read it, and there's just so much meat. There's just so much meat in it, you know what I'm saying? And first of all, we're looking at this is, did Yahweh call you? Are you called by Yahweh? Did Yahweh call you? Are you called by Yahweh? Does the Most High show his hand in your life? If so, you have, like me, an obligation. Let's read. We're going to go to Jeremiah. Let's do Jeremiah. Let's do Jeremiah chapter 1. I'll sit here playing around. You know what? I'm going to save Jeremiah. And come back to it. And the reason being is because there's still some jewels that's in here on this Josephus that I don't want to. Now, right here. So Josephus, this is Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, of course. And this is the example of Eli, the priest Eli, the high priest who had two sons, Hophni and Phineas. All right, these sons of Eli were guilty of injustice towards men and impiety towards God, and abstained from no sort of wickedness. Some of their gifts they carried off as belonging to the honorable employment they had. Others of them they took away by violence. They also were guilty of impurity with women, and came to worship God at the tabernacle, obliging some to submit to their lust by force, and enticing others by bribes. Nay, the whole course of their lives was no better than tyranny. The reason why I went here is because there are people right now who are just calling themselves Levites and priests, and I haven't seen nobody call themselves Hophni yet. Wait till one of these niggas get hip to that. They're gonna be like, "Oh, I'm Hophni." I'm like, yeah, you sure are. So the part of going into that is to say, because you call yourself Phineas, or you call yourself, Ezekiel, or Elijah or something Yehuda, Judah. Yo, it don't make you that, because remember, just like there was a good Phineas, there was also a wicked Phineas. And if I go through the scriptures and I see, oh, this Phineas was good for the Torah, he was good for the law, and this Phineas actually did and said things, and he was a man of recreation. People knew him because of this. And then if I go and read about another bad Phineas, and it's like, oh, this Phineas is more suitable for you. We just got to be really careful, what we call ourselves. Like, my name is Karatazaya, which means Yahweh is patient. And I say it a lot. I say, I'm not patient, but the Most High is patient, right? The Most High is more patient than I. Okay? But that doesn't mean that in saying that, I'm not saying that the Father, I'm not trying to call patience upon me. So you have a good Phineas, you have a bad Phineas. Make sure that you're going to call yourself a Phineas, which is so funny because some of these cats in the Israelite community, like they mocked and sneered at, so bad, saying, now they best friends. It's funny. So if you're going to go by Phineas, make sure you go by the right Phineas. I'll be coming back with the Torah portion of the prophet portion. All right, when we do come back, I'll be coming back with the Torah portion, the prophet portion, and of the gospel portion. As you see, it's not hard. This is public information. It's right here. We have this in our books, but it's easier to go to First Fruits of Zion, which, pretty sure there's some nigga that's going to hate on that. You know what I'm saying? First Fruits, that's the first fruits of the children of Israel. Yeah, all right. Of Zion, as Jerusalem, right? So we just read Numbers chapter 25 through 30, which was such a beautiful task. And it sucks to see so many brothers, fail at it, that claim, they have a zeal for this. They don't. These cats is, to me, they just, who am I? It don't matter. So it's good to be able to hear these things. So we just read Numbers 25 through 30. When we come back, we'll be doing Jeremiah chapter 1 through chapter 2 and finishing off with the gospel. I might even do it in reverse. Might do Luke first and then do the gospel next. All right. So with that being said, y'all brought coming by so much. Let's check out this real quick. 4th of July speech, which is flipping phenomenal. I just really feel like I'm so grateful too. This year, I didn't hear a lot of firecrackers. I didn't hear a lot of boom blam, but I heard a couple glitters and sparklers, and I think it's because gas prices are so high, but also it's because consciousness is so vibrant that people just aren't on the 4th of July. Some are, some not, but majority. Let's go ahead and check this out real quick.
American slave is your 4th of July. What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham, your boasted liberty an unholy license, your national greatness swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless. Your denunciation of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence, your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings with all your religious parade and solemnity are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety, and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of the United States at this very hour. Go where you may, search where you will, roam through all the monarchies and despotisms of the old world, travel through South America, search out every abuse, and when you have found the last, lay your facts by the side of the everyday practices of this nation, and you will say with me, for revolting barbarity and shameless hypocrisy, America reigns without rival.
Facts. All praise. That's one of my favorite little videos that got to do with not Snakesgiving, but 4th of July. It's a lot. But what I would encourage people to do is I would encourage people to actually go and check out the whole speech. Frederick Douglass's entire 4th of July speech is such a blessing because it's a head chopper, and it shouldn't be skipped up. It shouldn't be passed on. You're gonna find something that's like 6 minutes. You're gonna find something that's like, 45 minutes, whatever. I want to tell y'all to find one that's an hour and 45 minutes. Find the whole video, okay, and hear what our forefathers said. All right. I love you all. Kwame Asherala, Shabbat Shalom. Yabraka Yabasham Mashal Shai. I praise you all. I bless you, God. I'll be coming back. I think I have a choppy signal, but I'll be coming back. All right, with that. So